be seated. We're going to start our program now, and we'll wait for the rest of our audience who's outside to slowly trickle into the ballroom. So good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 16th edition of the HealthCare 360 Summit. Thank you all very much for being here early in the morning. Before I hand over the stage to Mrs. Swapna Dey, I'd like to quickly tell you a little bit about myself and our company as well, ET Business Consulting, Events and Training. And my name is Sunny. I'm going to be your MC for today's event. Now, I must confess, I personally am not a healthcare professional. I have no experience in the healthcare business, but I do keep myself updated and aware of the latest news, and I try to read what's happening and be aware of what's happening in the industry. And one such book that I'm reading, I must share with you, it's very interesting, is this book called Sick Business: The Truth Behind Healthcare in India. Interesting title, or interesting cover. Let's go to the table of contents. And I want to share this with you because it's very interesting. So I'm looking at the table of contents right now, and this is very relevant because we're in a healthcare sector, healthcare industry conference. So the prologue and the table of contents, here are the chapters. Number 1, are you being over-tested? Number 2, are you being over-diagnosed? Number 3, this is interesting, the epidemic, right? The epidemic, emphasis, of unnecessary surgeries and procedures. Number 4, is the quality of healthcare being measured? Implying that quality of healthcare is not being measured. That's the way they're asking the question. Number 5, does your doctor know enough? Implying that the doctors do not know enough, especially in the age of Dr. Google. Number 6, public health, the unfortunate orphan. Number 7, health insurance in India, a sick business. Number 8, is Big Pharma influencing your treatment? So, implying that Big Pharma is actually influencing the treatment. So the point of narrating all of these chapters is the reputation of healthcare business in India is somewhat on shaky ground if this is what is available in the public domain. If common people read books such as this, the reputation of healthcare is in, I would say, shambles, if this is the kind of content that we have circulating. So is this really the case? If so, how do we rectify it? And if not, then we must get to the bottom of it and identify the truth and discuss the truth and make sure that it is well known. And that is the reason why we bring together leaders and titans of the healthcare business all under one roof to discuss these relevant and prevalent issues and try to take the healthcare business to the next, healthcare industry to the next level. All right? So that is the reason why we are here today. And on that note, we shall begin the 16th edition of the HealthCare 360 Summit. And here in Kolkata, this is the first time we have come here. Kolkata, of course, being one of the cultural capital of our country. And when we were doing the research for this event, we realized that it was imperative and extremely important that we must have a kind of cultural initiative, a kind of cultural segment as part of this agenda. Because we cannot come to Kolkata and not have any reference to culture. And so that is why I'm very pleased and proud to announce that our first presentation today, or not present, our first program or item on the agenda is going to be a cultural harmony, a legacy of unity. And it gives me immense pride to introduce our first speaker, Mrs. Swapna De, who is an elocutionist. An elocutionist, just in case you don't know, is a person who has practiced the art of public speaking in a very stylish way, stylish and elegant way. Elocutionist. It's an elegant word. Mrs. Swapna De is a newsreader at Doordarshan and an RJ, radio jockey at the All India Radio FM. And she's going to explain to us or help us identify the power of poetry when it comes to healing. We talk about advanced medical equipment, which is good, but very often we overlook that poetry and music also has immense healing capability. And Mrs. Swapna De is going to help us tap into that and identify that once again. So without any further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Mrs. Swapna De on stage.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Today, I'll recite some poetry and slokas from Upanishad. And finally, I'll conclude my presentation, the Vande Mataram by Sahitya Samrat Bankim Chandra Chattopadhyay. So let's start with Upanishad.
Asato ma sadgamaya tamaso ma jyotirgamaya mrityorma amrutam gamaya.
Om madhuvatadhitayate madhuksharanti sindhavaha madhvirana santashodhi madhunata mutushasa madhumat partibam rajaha madhumano bunushpatir madhumang ostu surya. এদুলোক মধুময় মধুময় পৃথিবীর ধুলি অন্তরে নিয়েছি আমি তুলি। এই মহামন্ত্রখানি চরিতার্থ জীবনের বাণী। দিনে দিনে পেয়েছি সত্যের যা কিছু উপহার, মধুরসে ক্ষয় নাই তার। তাই এই মন্ত্রবাণী মৃত্যুর শেষের প্রান্তে বাজে, সব ক্ষতি মিথ্যা করি অনন্তের আনন্দ বিরাজে। শেষ স্পর্শ নিয়ে যাব যবে ধরণীর, বলে যাব তোমার ধুলির তিলক পরেছি ভালে। দেখেছি নিত্যের জ্যোতি দুর্যোগের মায়ার আড়ালে। সত্যের আনন্দরূপ এ ধুলিতে নিয়েছে মূরতি। এই জেনে ধুলায় রাখিন প্রণতি। অন্তর মম বিকশিত করো অন্তরতরহি। নির্মল করো উজ্জ্বল করো সুন্দর করহি। জাগ্রত করো উদ্যত করো নির্ভয় করো হে। মঙ্গল করো নিরলস নিঃসংশয় করো হে, যুক্ত করো হে সবার সঙ্গে, মুক্ত করো হে বন্ধ, সঞ্চার করো সকল কর্মে, শান্ত তোমার ছন্দ, চরণ পদ্মে মম চিত, নিস্পন্দিত করো হে, নন্দিত করো, নন্দিত করো, নন্দিত করো হে, নন্দিত করো, নন্দিত করো, নন্দিত করো হে, নন্দিত করো, নন্দিত করো, নন্দিত করো হে, অন্তর মম বিকশিত করো, অন্তরতর হে। উপস্থিত সকলকে আবারও অনেক অনেক অভিনন্দন এবং শুভেচ্ছা জানাই। শুরুতেই যেটা বলছিলাম যে রবীন্দ্রনাথের কবিতা শোনাবো আজ, এবং বেশিরভাগ কবিতায় গীতাঞ্জলি থেকে, তবে শুরু করেছিলাম উপনিষদের শ্লোক এবং আরোগ্য কাব্যগ্রন্থের কবিতা, তারপরে আমি গীতাঞ্জলি থেকে শুনিয়েছি। এবং আমরা সবাই জানি যে তিনি সাহিত্যে এশিয়াতে প্রথম নোবেল পেয়েছিলেন গীতাঞ্জলি, দ্যাট ইজ সং অফারিংস থেকে। তো আমি গীতাঞ্জলি থেকে বললাম, নাও আইড লাইক টু রিসাইট আ পোয়েট্রি ফ্রম সং অফারিংস। Where the mind is without fear and the head is held high, where knowledge is free, where the world has not been broken up into fragments by narrow domestic ones, where words come out from the depth of truth, where tireless striving stretches its arms towards perfection, where the clear stream of reason has not lost its way into the dreary desert sand of dead habit, where the mind is laid forward by thee into ever-widening thought and action, into that heaven of freedom, my Father, let my country awake. সং অফারিংস থেকে শোনাচ্ছিলাম আপনাদের। আমরা রিসেন্টলি একটা কাজ করছি, দ্য হিলিং পাওয়ার অফ পোয়েট্রি। আমরা মিউজিক থেরাপির কথা সবাই জানি। প্রথম বিশ্বযুদ্ধ এবং দ্বিতীয় বিশ্বযুদ্ধের পর যে সমস্ত মানুষ অসম্ভব ভয় পেয়েছিলেন, যে তারা স্বাভাবিক জীবনে ফিরতে পারছিলেন না, তখন তাদের মিউজিক থেরাপি দেওয়া হচ্ছিল। তো কবিতারও একটা শক্তি আছে, সে নিজের শক্তিতে অত্যন্ত মহীয়ান। তাই আমরা শুরু করেছি যারা ক্যান্সার আক্রান্ত মানুষ তাদের পাশে দাঁড়ানোর, এবং এই হিলিং পাওয়ার অফ পোয়েট্রি নিয়েই আমরা তাদের পাশে থাকার চেষ্টা করছি। শারীরিক কষ্টের পাশাপাশি একটা মানসিক ভয়, ট্রমা আমাদের কাজ করে যখন আমরা কোনো কঠিন রোগে আক্রান্ত হই। তো সেই বিপন্ন মানুষগুলোকে যদি অল্প সময়ের জন্য আমরা একটু হিলিং দিতে পারি, শুশ্রূষা দিতে পারি, তাহলে আমাদের এই চেষ্টা, আমাদের এই উদ্যোগ সার্থক হবে। আমার পরবর্তী নিবেদন, টেকস পোয়েট্রি ফ্রম নৈবেদ্য। এ দুর্ভাগ্য দেশ হতে হে মঙ্গলময়, দূর করে দাও তুমি সর্বতুচ্ছ ভয়। লোক ভয়, রাজ ভয়, মৃত্যু ভয়, আর দীন প্রাণ দুর্বলের পাষাণ ভার। এই চিরপেষণ যন্ত্রণা, ধূলিতলে এই নিত্য অবনতি, দণ্ডে পলে পলে এই আত্ম অবমান, অন্তরে বাহিরে এই দাসত্বের রজ্জু, ত্রস্ত নত শিরে সহস্রের পদপ্রান্ত তলে বারংবার মনুষ্য মর্যাদা গর্ব চিরপরিহার। এ বৃহৎ লজ্জা রাশি চরণ আঘাতে চূর্ণ করি দূর করো। মঙ্গল প্রভাতে মস্তক তুলিতে দাও অনন্ত আকাশে, উদার আলোক মাঝে উন্মুক্ত বাতাসে। হিলিং পাওয়ার অফ পোয়েট্রি নিয়ে কথা বলছিলাম। রবীন্দ্রনাথ ঠাকুর, তিনি অজস্র গান লিখেছেন, কবিতা লিখেছেন। আমাদের যখন দেয়ালে পিঠ থেকে যায়, আমরা ঘুরে দাঁড়িয়েছি তার গান কবিতা কণ্ঠে নিয়ে শ্রবণ করে। সেই হিলিং কিন্তু তিনি নিজেও নিজের গান কবিতা দিয়ে বিভিন্ন সময় করেছেন। রবীন্দ্রনাথ প্রয়াত হন 1941 সালে। তার মৃত্যুর অল্প কয়েকদিন আগে তাকে যারা শুশ্রূষা করছিলেন, রানীচন্দ, অনিলচন্দ, তাদের কাছে তিনি একটি কবিতা শুনতে চান। রানীচন্দ এক দু লাইন বলে থেমে যান, কারণ কবিতাটি মুখস্থ ছিল না। ডাক পড়ে অনিলচন্দের। অনিলচন্দ্রও স্মৃতি থেকে শোনাতে পারেন না কবিতাটি। তারপর গীতাঞ্জলি এনে সেই কবিতাটি তাকে শোনানো হয়। সবাই চলে যাওয়ার পর খুব একান্তে রবীন্দ্রনাথ রানীচন্দ্রকে বলেছিলেন যে কবিতাগুলো মন্ত্রের মতো, মনে রাখিস, যখন বিপদে পড়বি বল পাবি। আমার এখনকার নিবেদন সেই কবিতাটি গীতাঞ্জলি থেকে। বিপদে মোরে রক্ষা করো, এ নহে মোর প্রার্থনা। বিপদে আমি না যেন করি ভয়, দুঃখ তাপে ব্যথিত চিতে নাই বা দিলে সান্ত্বনা। দুঃখে যেন করিতে পারি জয়, সহায় মোর না যদি জুটে, নিজের বল না যেন টুটে। সংসারেতে ঘটিলে ক্ষতি, লোভিলে শুধু বঞ্চনা। নিজের মনে না যেন মানি ক্ষয়, আমারে তুমি করিবে ত্রাণ, এ নহে মোর প্রার্থনা। তরিতে পারি শকতি যেন রয়, আমার ভার লাঘব করি, নাই বা দিলে সান্ত্বনা। বহিতে পারি এমনই যেন হয়, নম্র শিরে সুখের দিনে তোমারই মুখ লইব চিনে। দুঃখের রাতে নিখিল ধরা, যেদিন করে বঞ্চনা। তোমারে যেন না করি সংশয়। আমি অনুষ্ঠান শেষ করব সেই মন্ত্র দিয়ে। আমাদের দেশ যখন পরাধীন, গোটা জাতিকে এই মন্ত্র এক সুতোয় বেঁধে ফেলেছিল। সাহিত্য সম্রাট বঙ্কিমচন্দ্র চট্টোপাধ্যায় লিখেছিলেন এই গান, এই মন্ত্র। আমরা গানে শুনেছি। আমি দীর্ঘ বছর ধরে গানের কথাটি, কবিতাও বটে, আবৃত্তি করি। বন্দে মাতরম, বন্দে মাতরম আমরা সবাই জানি। বন্দে মাতরম দিয়ে আমি শেষ করছি আমার নিবেদন। वन्दे मातरं सुजलं सुफलं मलयज शीतलं शस्यश्यामलं मातरं वन्दे मातरं শুভ্রজ্যোৎস্না পুলকিত ইয়ামিনীম ফুল্লকুসুমিত দ্রুমদল শোভিনীম সুহাসিনীম সুমধুর ভাষিণীম সুখদাং বরদাং মাতরম বন্দে মাতরম সপ্তকোটি কণ্ঠ কল কল নিনাদ করালে দ্বিসপ্তকোটি ভুজরিধৃত খর কর বালে অবলা কেন মায়াত বলে বহুবল ধারিণীম নমামি তারিণীম রিপুদল বারিণীম মাতরম বন্দে মাতরম তুমি বিদ্যা তুমি ধর্ম তুমি হৃদি তুমি মর্ম ত্বং হি প্রাণ শরীরে বাহুতে তুমি মা শক্তি হৃদয়ে তুমি মা ভক্তি তোমারি প্রতিমা গড়ি মন্দিরে মন্দিরে ত্বং হি দুর্গা দশ প্রহরণ ধারিণী কমলা কমল দল বিহারিণী বাণী বিদ্যাদায়িনী নমামি ত্বং নমামি কমলম মমলম মতুলম সুজলম সুফলম মাতরম বন্দে মাতরম বন্দে শ্যামলং সরলং সুস্মিতং ভূষিতং ধরণীম হরণীম মাতরম বন্দে মাতরম বন্দে মাতরম বন্দে মাতরম
Thank you very much, Swapna. You know, the recitation that Swapna they just recited brought peace and clarity to our souls and minds. And Swapna has stood by the people suffering from cancer previously with the healing power of poetry, which is something that is often underestimated. And this is the first time such an initiative has been tried here in Kolkata. She's already tried to provide care to the people suffering from cancer and other ailments by giving this presentation to various first-year hospitals around Kolkata. And furthermore, she has told and committed to the media that she will continue to do this work in an effort to provide healing to people who are suffering from cancer and other ailments in a way that they thought that was not possible before, in a way that is simple and easy to absorb. It is truly a very noble initiative that Swapna is doing, and thank you very much for coming here and sharing that experience with us. Thank you so much. And can I please have a round of applause, a big round of applause for Swapna. Much sought after person, and to come here and share such a profound experience with us. Thank you very much. We greatly appreciate it. So, ladies and gentlemen, now moving on to the next item on the agenda of the HealthCare 360 Summit. One of the most important topics related to healthcare right now is the future of healing spaces. How do we ensure that those are sustainable? And how do we ensure that those spaces cater to patients? How do we design it in a way that is patient-centric? To address this very important topic, we have Mr. K.K. Gupta, who's the chairman of Jagannath Gupta Institute of Medical Sciences and Hospital. Please help me welcome Mr. Gupta on stage to deliver the keynote address.
Firstly, I would like to thank Madam Sapna, who has given such a wonderful start to this program. What a soothing way and what a powerful note that you have with you. Thank you. I take this opportunity also to thank the organizer for giving me this opportunity to share a few of my experiences regarding building the future healthcare setups. You see that at this age, at this time, we do not have much of a power in escalating the prices up. The prices of all the healthcare at this point of time is either controlled by the market or on many occasions the government himself. So the prices are not there to increase. What do we are left with? Maybe decrease in the cost to provide the healthcare to the patients with a different kind of flavor, perhaps with the increased efficiency, perhaps with increased, I would say, patient-centric care. Now, to our kind of setup, it becomes all the more relevant to have a kind of buildings, a kind of designs that would bring down not only the cost, but also would cater to the mood of the patients, the health of the patient, by just having a wonderful set of building and the spaces in which they are living or staying at this point of time. You see, it is not only the patients, but it is also the healthcare workers, the doctors who are there, on many occasions the RMOs, 24 hours duty that they are doing, the nurses, more than sometimes 24 hours duties that they are doing, and of course 8 and 12 hour shift that we all doing out there. For us, having a space, having a building at such pressure environment becomes very, very essential to have. You see, instead of me talking today about what's available already on the internet, already available on the GPTs, I would talk something more relevant which we have been able to apply in our setup. In Baj, we have been able to construct about 13 lakh square feet of our campus. Out of the 13 lakh square feet, we have been able to dedicate about 6 lakh square feet to our hospital only, for about 1,200 bed of hospital. We are setting up another campus in Sodhpur. Again, roughly about 13 lakh square feet. And there also, we are constructing 6 lakh square feet of the hospital building. So roughly 1,200 beds in Sodhpur, 1,200 bed in Baj, and roughly about 100 beds of RSC. The total combined capacity of the gyms becomes 2,500 bed group, in which we have been able to achieve the CE license as of today is 1570 beds we have been able to achieve. So you see that maintaining a 12 lakh square feet of infrastructure, even if I'm able to save 200 rupees a square feet of construction cost, I save roughly 52 crores rupees of money just by reducing 200 rupees in my construction cost. There are various ways that we are trying to do to reduce this cost. You see that by simply reducing the cost of 1 rupee per square feet in my, let's say, housekeeping, I am saving roughly 26 lakh rupees in the entire both the campuses. So the mammoth of the square feet area all the more forces me to design building that can be more sustainable, eco-friendly, and lesser on the cost. What we have done is that we have played a lot with the natural light. The entire design of our building is made in such a way that even our ICUs have got a natural light flowing inside in the daytime. So for nurses, for the doctors, for the RMOs, for the technician, it is not the watch on the wall that defines what time they are. It is the weather or the light outside that also tells them that which part of the day they are. For the patient, it makes so much of a difference when they know it is day or night or evening. They can see the sunlight, they can see the sunset. It gives them such a soothing effect to the patient. And to me as a businessman, the cost of it, I just give you a small example that will throw light on you, that each of the ICU beds roughly take about 500 to 700 lumen. Roughly about 500 to 700 lumen. Now, even if we are able to control it or bring it down for 10 hours by 300 lumen. So 300 lumen to consume per hour, it costs roughly about 2.8 rupees per hour. So per bed, 2.8 rupees for 10 hours if we are able to save through the natural light. So 2.8 into 200 beds of ICU that we are running into 365 days. So in a year, if you will calculate, you will see more than 20 lakh rupees we are only saving just by having a natural light only on the electricity. Now, many people say that the cost of having huge buildings or huge glasses would be more. But when you go back to the cost, you would see that 12 toughened glass with its fittings would sometimes be lesser than the wall cladding, the brickwork, the plaster, putties, and sometimes we use loads of things for interior decorations. The cost of that will be much more than the 12 glass as well. And you see, the glasses do not need termites. Glasses do not need pest controls. So they are a lot more friendly to clean as well. So in a way, I am elevating the mood of the patient. I'm elevating the mood of the doctors. Bringing in natural light elevates the mood of the patients. And at the same time, I have cut down the cost. I'm only talking about the 200 bed of ICUs. If you can calculate the entire 1,000 bed, you would see the savings goes dramatically up. We have been talking about solar lights. The other day, while we were there on the drawing board, we went to Apollo and we saw that the entire parking lot was covered with solar lights. I was happy to see. I went back to the board. We installed about 700 kWp of solar power panels on our terrace. With just 700 kWp powers, we are saving 5.6 rupees per unit. Now, if you calculate on an annual basis, roughly 5 lakh rupees a month, 60 lakh rupees a year in just one campus. Now we are installing about 1,400 kWp in our BBIT campus and Bejbej campus, and about 1,700 in my Sodhpur campus, thus saving staggering 2.7 crore rupees of money purely on electricity. And that we don't invest. There are vendors who come, invest, they build, they operate. We only pay them marginal cost, thus saving 5.6 rupees exponentially per unit that we are saving. There are various ways. See, again, cutting down cost everywhere that you see, you will be able to find some or the other solution to reduce the costing, because practically that is what we have left with, because the pricing again is not in our hand. For example, I'm talking about washrooms. What we have done is that we have been able to install motion sensor. We have been talking about it. I have got 70 odd washrooms, the public toilets in my hospital. Now 70 large toilets consuming 8 rupees per hour as electricity bill. 8 rupees per hour. If we are able to, let's say, put the sensors, you will see that almost 40% electricity gets saved when it is not in use, especially in the evening or night. Many of time we forget to switch it off. What we have seen is that 8 rupees, even just by 10 hours also, if it gets saved, we are saving at least 16 to 17 lakh rupees purely on the automation. Does it cost so much? It doesn't cost so much. It's there in the mind only. For example, I'm talking about water savings. Just by having a single push water taps, or maybe electronic water taps, even if 2 liter per day is saved, even if just 2 liter per day is saved, you would see that in my hospital, in one campus, I am operating 900 taps. Now 900 taps into 2 liter per day into 365. It goes up to staggering 6.5 lakh approx liter per year that we are able to save. What I'm talking about is doing small things make so much of changes. When I was installing my solar lights on the rooftop, I saw that we have been able to make that by, because of not planning it initially, we had occupied the center of the buildings for various utilities. My air conditioning has come in, my ducts have come in, my gas banks or gas plants have come in. There are various facilities which has come in the center. Now, just by removing them on the sides, the space becomes liberated, and we are able to install more capacity of solar there. So while in the design in all my new campuses, I'm taking out all the utilities towards the extreme of the buildings, keeping the center portion as a blank. So having these small ideas embedded while the building is getting constructed, we will be able to bring down the cost of operating and running such a healthcare. And also by putting in those infrastructure, we will be able to take care of all our patient and staff as well while we are doing it. Of course, I would say that there are many other things while we can do while constructing of the building as well. There are a lot of now material which has come up towards the doors, the windows, the locks, the latches. They are all very eco-friendly. Plastics which are light, which does not require termites or which does not require pest controls. There are many such equipments which has come now, which is there on the floor, which is there on the ceiling. Every bed, every cost that we talk about, because of the mammoth size of our hospital, any square feet that is we are saving is saving a lot to us. There are n number of things that is there which we can come up and we can discuss on, that each of them can bring down the cost and improve the patient-centric care. Again, for all our doctors, staffs, we have been able to make one of the largest available gym. We have been able to make largest pool table tennis, and the common room for the faculties and staffs as well. Now, motivated staffs are the one who will be able to give a positive output for all the patient. The other day I was there in BM. My father wanted to get himself treated by Dr. Seotia. We went to BM. I thank the management of the BM for providing such a service, but I wanted to talk about, particularly about the nursing care of the hospital. An excellent nursing care. I came back, I spoke about to my nursing team. They all appreciated that the kind of approach that they had, the kind of motivation they had. It was really one of the things, something that I wanted to applaud about. So there are so many things that we hospitals, that we are there in the industry, can take and learn. And this is one of those platforms where we can share our ideas, can share our views, and can learn from various things that many of us are doing. Some of them are really excellent. I thank the organizer of this committee for inviting me to this kind of a show, wherein I'm able to share my views on the behalf of my team. Thank you so much, everyone, for hearing me out. Thank you.
Sure, open for that. Well, thank you very much, sir, for such an insightful presentation. And there were so many highlights. But before we get to that, what I thought were the highlights of your quite insightful presentation, do we have any questions? Any questions from the audience? Any thoughts, comments, or any questions? Well, you know, that gym that you talked about, how frequently is it used by the patients? Because very often what happens is patients need a bit of rest and exercise to get the body moving, and that'll aid the recovery. So you did mention the gym, and that was being used by the staff. Absolutely. But is that being used by the patients? And also, do you have trainers to help patients on how to, guide patients on how to use that gym and how to improve their health that way?
You see that the gym is a part of our physiotherapy department, the rehabilitation center. So what happens is that we have got various timings fixed for the patients. We have got various timing fixed for our staff and the doctors. And on many occasions, the patient parties also. What happens is that when the patients are happy, the physiotherapists are there to take care of the patients, whereas the gym trainers are there, male and female, to take care of the staffs as well. And the kind of mood elevation it gives, the kind of energy that it gives, and the team bonding among the staffs who are working, these are all aspects that motivates the people to serve the patient in the right direction.
Thank you. Yes, can we have the microphone there, please?
I just wanted to ask the free installation of solar, yes, with a 5.6 rupee savings, and maybe the vendor.
You see that there are various vendors who invest on your terrace. We hospital don't need to invest on them. What we need to do is that we need to give them our spaces. They install, they operate, they run. After 15 years or 20 years, they give the entire thing back to the hospital. Their profit comes out within that period. What we save is that suppose in my unit, we are paying for electricity bill at 11 rupees per unit, while we have to pay them 4.5 rupees per unit. So if you see the average, that we are saving 5.6 rupees on an average to the electricity, which otherwise we would have been paying to the electricity company. So the more empty spaces that we are able to give. That is how, when I went to Apollo, I saw the parking lot was given. Why it was given? I saw that this is the reason. So now I'm willing to give away every empty space which I'm not able to use for this solar panels. Thank you. You see that I have only tweaked about that, let's say, for example, as I was saying, that having a courtyard inside the hospital. Now, your cost per square feet would have remained same. Having a courtyard that is bringing in light is also giving you an internal space to put in a lot of greeneries. So internally, you are putting greeneries, you are getting the sunlight, and you are just not utilizing the lights because your natural light is flowing in. So practically, you're not adding cost. When I spoke about increasing the size of the windows, as I also pointed out, that the cost of the wall cladding, the cost of the internal, sometimes we put various materials. It can be wallpaper, it can be wood, it can be panel. So the entire cost of the thing is sometimes more than the cost of the glass. Whereas to maintain these things are more expensive rather than maintaining a 12 toughened glass. So I am not asking you to add cost, rather I'm asking you to add something which would save on your capital cost, and it would also save on your running expenses.
Thank you. Yeah, last point, yes. Yes.
You see that exposing our infrastructure to the external environment also becomes important. When we meet, we would like people to know that what exactly do we have in our system. When we are saving, just for example, I said that I have saved roughly about 20 lakh only on the power by investing about 8 to 10 lakh rupees per year on my automation for my washrooms. 70 odd washrooms. If I'm able to save 20 lakh, would I not like to spend 5 lakh rupees in letting people know that I'm saving such an amount of money by purely in the form of automation? By saving, the single push button I've just installed. The single push button is saving average on about 2 liters of water per tap. So these are certain things which we would want our customers, want our patient and the patient parties, the people who are working to know. Just for example, I said that the gym. Why would I install gym in a hospital? Does it needed? I recommended, yes, it's needed, because if BM Birla, I just commended that they have got a wonderful set of nursing care. In whatever way they have been able to motivate, it has created an impact on me. Therefore, if I can have a set of motivated doctors, set of motivated staff, 1,200 people working in the system, if I can motivate them, no cost would be able to justify that level of motivation. The motivated staff is one of the biggest assets that you can always have in your organization. Absolutely. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Gupta, for such an insightful and eye-opening presentation. So many facts, figures, numbers, and so many points that actually, honestly blew our mind away. Why would you have a gym in a hospital? It seems like a dichotomy. It's two completely different places. It's got nothing to do with each other, but yet you have made it work. And also you mentioned that you look at the entire building from floor to ceiling. Every single inch of that space can be optimized and tweaked to to optimize the costs and improve the patient experience. And it so happens that our very next panel discussion is going to explore this topic in more detail, because there's so much to cover. The topic of the discussion is Healthcare Vision 2024 to 2032, planning, designing, and executing the future of hospitals. How do we really optimize that design? And to moderate this rather extensive and important topic, I'd like to introduce our moderator to all of you this morning, Mr. Deepankar Das, who is the director and lead architect of Haven Consultants Private Limited. He is a stalwart and a veteran of this business. And I'll just give you a brief introduction about Mr. Deepankar Das. Graduated from Jadavpur University in '94. And he's been a veteran in the field for almost 30 years now. And he has extensive experience and tremendous skill in planning, designing, and implementing projects related to institutions, healthcare, education, and administrative domains. He's worked with so many clients throughout his career, including various governments, including West Bengal, Odisha, Rajasthan, Assam, and various international organizations as well. And just some of the notable projects that Mr. Deepankar Das has worked on, which are here in right close to where we are, in fact. Some of the most notable projects are the Maruti Administrative of Service Center at Rajarhat, the West Bengal Medical Services Corporation, the master plan of the NIL campus, and just around the corner, the Sister Nivedita University at Newtown, along with the super specialty hospital at Uluberia. These are just a few of the various initiatives and projects that he has worked on. Please help me welcome on stage Mr. Deepankar Das, the moderator for this discussion. And of course, our panelists are Mr. Sudipto Karmakar, who's the co-founder of Integra Ventures. We also have Ms. Rajashri Sharma, who's the AGM of Operations and HR at Pa Sangma International Medical College and Hospital. Also, please help me welcome Dr. Anish Banerjee, who's the Managing Director of Cacao Origins. Mr. Anirban Gupta, who's the Managing Director of East India Colliers. And finally, Dr. Joy Basu, who's the Chief Executive Officer at Health Science Adamas University. So, Mr. Deepankar, you've received top billing for this panel discussion, and without any further ado, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Sunny. And one wonderful recitation by Swapna De. Thank you very much. And Mr. K.K. Gupta, wonderful speech. Thank you very much. Our objective is to plan, design, and execute the future of hospitals, focusing of innovation, patient-centered care, and technological integration. The healthcare landscape is evolving rapidly, driven by the advancements in technology, changing patient expectations, and the need for more efficient and effective healthcare systems. As we look towards the future of hospitals from 2024 to 2030, it is crucial to establish a clear vision that with emerging trends and challenges in the healthcare industry. Key focus areas: innovation in healthcare delivery, explore innovative healthcare delivery models to improve access, quality, and efficiency of care. Incorporate telemedicine, remote monitoring, and artificial intelligence to enhance patient outcomes and optimize healthcare resources. Then patient-centered care. After that, technological integration. And conclusion, the vision for healthcare from 2024 to 2030 is to create hospitals that are patient-centric, sustainable, and technologically advanced. By embracing innovation, focusing on patient needs, promoting sustainability, and integrating technology into healthcare delivery, we can build a future-ready healthcare system that meets the evolving demands of modern healthcare. This panel will serve as a platform for stakeholders to collaborate, share insights, and drive the transformation of hospitals towards a brighter and healthier future. So I started the panel discussions. Each panelist, 3 minutes for 2 questions. Mr. Sudipto Karmakar, co-founder of Integra Ventures. Mr. Sudipto? Yes. My question is, how do we measure success of design intentions? Is design the prerogative of administrators, physicians, investors, staff, or a collective effort?
Very good morning to the audience and sir. Thank you for the question. Uh, Rightly said. I mean, I believe the success of a design of any institution, any hospital, any other setting, it's a collective effort of primarily the investors, promoters, and obviously the administrators who will be running the show. Because when you think of plan of any setup, it depends on what kind of a setup you want to build, where you are building, and what is your target audience. So these three factors are very important key factors whenever you are planning or thinking of any kind of setup. And when I say the target audience or the geography at which we are building a hospital, the paying capacity, or let's say the profiling of patients, are also very important at this particular stage. Like Gupta sir at the very beginning of the session said that slowly we are reaching a stage where we have to always think of cutting down cost, because there is hardly any way we can increase the burden on the patient, because slowly government is also trying to cap on every aspect, especially on the medicine part or maybe equipment instrument part. So designing of a hospital setting is a collective effort. As I said, there are certain clinical factors which we need to keep in mind, which we cannot avoid also. Yes, there are certain items which we can avoid depending on the setting or the kind of place, especially on the materials which we are using in that hospital. So we can have a 5-star kind of a facility in tier 1 city with maximum good, very flashy interiors. Whereas when we go down to tier 2 cities or tier 3 cities, we have to cut down on the cost depending on the paying capacity of the patient. So design of the success of that particular design of that project will only depend on where we are putting up the setup, and obviously how well the market analysis has been done by the investors, promoters, and how well they are giving their inputs to the design architects.
Correct. Actually, the common KPIs used in the engineering includes on-time delivery of projects, cost performance, quality of design and development, customer satisfaction, innovation, and creativity, and employee productivity. These KPIs help in assessing the overall performance and success of engineering activities. Correct. The next question is, what are the different ways in which modularity can be built into design of hospitals as a way to be flexible and future ready?
See, nowadays what we are seeing, especially in the hospital settings, whatever you plan, maybe after 5-10 years, 5 years, 6 years, there is obvious change in certain setups requirement within the hospital. So we see that there has been changes in the OPD floor and any other floor. We need to increase the number of beds, we need to increase the number of OPDs, we need to maybe number of OTs needs to be expanded. So obviously modular setups like soft partitions or modular partitions always helps in kind of renovation or upgradation of the facilities, because the lesser we use brick partition, wherever it is ultimate necessary, we have to use. Otherwise, modular or soft partitions are always better, because it is easy to dismantle. At the same point of time, when you are running a hospital, in any running setups, whenever we are dismantling any brick and plaster, there is always dirt and all. So those kind of pollute the environment of a hospital, especially where we need to have an infection control practice followed. So I believe modular partitions are far more embraceable, appreciated in this kind of setup.
Exactly, modular components use modular components that can be easily assembled,
Yeah, true.
disassembled, and reconfigured.
True.
Correct. This includes walls, furniture, and medical equipment. Sustainable materials choose sustainable materials that are durable and easy to make.
True.
Correct. The thank you very much, Sudipto. Now, Ms. Rajashi Sharma, AGM Operations and HR of P.H. Hangma International Medical College and Hospital. Hi, Rajashri.
Thank you, sir.
My question is, what are the challenges involved in translating design intent to ground in the perspective of multiple components involved in hospital construction?
First of all, I would like to thank all the organizers for inviting me. I am very happy to share the space with such skilled and experts in this field. So coming to your question, what are the challenges? So first and foremost, I think the main problem that we face is probably effective communication, because it involves a lot of stakeholders, starting from architects to contractors, and then health workers, nurses, paramedics, everyone. So I think there might be communication gaps sometimes, and understanding, because everybody will have their own perspective in mind. Contractor or an architect or an engineer might not understand the exact need that we have for the hospital, and different spaces will be needing, for different departments. For example, orthopedics. Just an example, the orthopedics OPD needs to be on the ground floor so that it's easy for the patients. So those things might not be understandable to people who are not from the hospital background but are working as in a different field. So there might be communication gaps, there might be problems in different requirements of different stakeholders, different parts, like ICU will need something else. There might be infection control issues. So a lot of things have to be in mind. So probably that might be one of the challenges. Next is there are many regulatory norms in a hospital, starting from fire, or depending on different, there are so many licenses that we need. There are many requirements. So probably that regulatory norms can be sometimes a challenge, because we might have something in mind, but the regulatory norms might say something else. So that might be one of the challenges. Next, as I come from Northeast, so I will say that there might be topographical requirements also. So I am from Assam. I work in a hospital which is situated in Meghalaya. So we are from a seismic zone, very earthquake prone. So there, and the hospital and medical college where I'm currently working is on the top of a hill. So there are many topographical issues as well. We might plan something, but because of the rainfall or the environment or the ecology, maybe we are not able to deliver as planned. So that might be one of the challenges, is what I think.
Yes. I noted that there are 7 challenges are there. The changes to the scope of work, infection control, you already said.
Right.
Access and traffic control, and budget and schedule overruns, and complaints with the regulations and security and safety.
Correct.
And flexibility challenges. And flexible design is very important.
Yes.
Now come to the next part. The question number, what is the future of hospital construction in terms of increasing efficiency through scalability and adaptability?
So I think it was partly discussed, and Sudipto sir has already actually mentioned about the modular construction, which are easy to, or sometimes we can also plan to construct the things outside and assemble it in the hospital to save time and efficiency, which has already been discussed. But I want to say, Gupta sir had mentioned that we should be able to give a welcoming environment for patients and attendants. So from my personal experience, I had been a caregiver for my mother for a very long time. So I think that the caregivers also need the space of the hospital. The environment matters a lot for their mental well-being as well. So I think we should also plan to have some recreational areas, probably a meditating area, or which we have in places, but which, at least from my part of the country where I belong from, Northeast, has to improve a lot in this sector. So I think because we have already spoken about the construction, it should be modular, it should be cost effective, it should be more eco-friendly, which we have already discussed in detail. But I think welcoming some areas which are not very cost effective, not very expensive to prepare, but it might give a full welcoming environment to the patient, the environment. I think that is more important.
Thank you. Dr. Anish Banerjee. Hello, sir.
Hello.
Should the new generation greenfield hospitals be designed based on growth of such geographical location or lease the existing infrastructure to leverage cost and optimize growth?
A question which puts me in between Scylla and Charybdis. So, having said this, greenfield or brownfield, both have got their merits and demerits. The answer depends on location, vision, who is doing it, where he is doing it, why he is doing it, and how soon he wants to do it. Let's assume and let's look at both of these two. Let's start with brownfield. Brownfields are wonderful. First, I'll talk merits, then briefly touch on demerits. If you want to save on time, you can immediately get them up. But having said this, who is doing it and where he is doing it? Which building is getting refitted or retrofitted? Am I looking at a particularly structured hospital? 85% of GDP per capita we all are aware, and more than 70% of the hospitals in this country we all are aware is in private healthcare domain. Unfortunately, among the private healthcare domain, 80% are in the unorganized sector, in smaller tier 2, tier 3 cities, where I have been roaming for last 1.5 decades, working with different hospitals. Most of them are not planned. Structuring is usually done by a real estate promoter or by a physician promoter. Oftentimes lacking input from a trained architect who has experience in building such units. That results in cut down of circulation spaces. That is an answer for the later one, the evidence-based design part. Or what it does is, oftentimes you will see ergonomics, even bed spaces, ceiling heights, load bearing, power factor, power supply, sewage treatment plant, effluent treatment plant, the cleanliness of the power, the earthing, all of these things are more often than not, are compromised. Few days back, I was very happy to be associated as medical director with one of the new hospitals in Kolkata, Viva City Hospital, built by my dear friend and junior, Dr. Pratim Sengupta. So I can tell you firsthand the difficulties that we faced, even in Calcutta. We overcame them wonderfully well. We had our way of overcoming them. But it's a reality, sir. You go to Bhagalpur, it's a reality. You go to Medinapur, it's a reality. Wherever you go, it is a reality. Particularly a problem is when it is a real estate structure, where the ceiling height will foul. There are hospitals where you will see that you have been asked to go and advise, but the OT light is actually coming to your waist. And you cannot do a core cutting of the ceiling also. And you will get hospitals where cross ventilations are not there. So brownfield has its own challenges. This decision, I feel, whenever a hospital promoter with an intent to build a hospital is arriving at this decision, they should involve specialists. Specialists in hospital operations, specialist architects, specialists who have been associated with multiple projects, who has understood the pitfalls. That is my observation about brownfields. The list will be a galore. One key major challenge areas that we face everywhere is the lift. People build lifts in small nursing homes or in hospitals of 100 odd beds or 150 odd beds. The lift probably would not allow a stretcher even to go inside. That is the picture, gentlemen, that we live with. There are two countries in this one country, India and Bharat. We are sitting in India talking of India. Bharat is out there. So if you take a look at Bharat, that is the picture, sirs, madams. So, sir, brownfield, yes. Time frame. Greenfield, cost of the real estate. Brownfield, one intelligent question was asked by Mr. Dibankar, leasing. Now leasehold brings with it its own challenges. I see real estate people like Mr. Shetty also sitting there. So there are challenges with leasing. Is the gentleman leasing it out ready for a long-term capital lease? If it is a long-term capital lease, then the banking institutions will allow you to leverage it. If you are a large-scale corporate, depending on PE funding, equity investment, you are private limited, separate picture. But if you are a small promoter, if you are a family-run business, it's a big challenge, sir. So capital leasehold, everybody may not be ready with. So funding the venture becomes a challenge. Secondly, last but not the least, greenfields, space. Space is at a premium at places where patients need it most. A lot of large companies nowadays have focused on building neighborhood hospitals, which is wonderful because response times are shortened, keeping in mind the wonderful traffic that we have across the country. So that way also, location is a challenge with greenfield, but for specialized activities, like say somebody wants to build a transplant hospital, somebody wants to build up maybe a hepatic transplant hospital or a renal transplant hospital or a dedicated cardiology hospital with cardiothoracic surgery with heart transplant. So I'm just giving examples. Now for such small niche units, definitely access to other areas of the city where time, we keep on talking of golden hour, golden hour, golden hour. Patient must reach within 1 hour. I'm a hospital advisor, hospital administrator from emergency room. My journey started at the emergency room. I'm an emergency medicine specialist by training. So I can tell you, sirs, that patients do not reach the emergency room on time in the middle of the day because of traffic signal. So the hospital has to be built in the middle of the city, but where is the space? There is no space. The moment you go out, the acute patients cannot really reach you. So that's a real challenge, sir. So these are my observations over last decade, sir.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Will evidence-based design in hospital infrastructure planning help patient health?
Sir, wonderful question. But again, a lot of answers have been already given by Mr. Gupta.
Yes.
So taking that into cognizance and my predecessor speakers, taking that into confidence, I'll just ask a small question to the audience and to you, sir. Evidence-based medicine, whenever I teach my students, I'm also an examiner with the Royal College of Emergency Medicine for their FRKM examinations in UK. So I teach my students what is evidence-based medicine. And I teach them how to trash a paper. Because not all papers are to be read. Just as Francis Roger Bacon had said, some you may digest, some you may swallow, some you may assimilate. But a lot of them are trash, which should be spat out. So this evidence-based design, I went through PubMed. I'm talking about not today, I'm talking 3 years back, 4 years back actually. We are talking about retrofitting and refitting some of the structures in Bengal Faith Hospital, where I was an executive director and the medical director also. So how to get that done? And we were searching the literature, sitting with a team of engineers, me being the odd man out as a doctor. So what we found is the evidences were not graded. Now, somebody has done a wonderful procedure in a Nordic country. Is it applicable in my country, my setup? Is it socially, economically relevant? Just as Mr. Gupta said, large windows. I applaud large windows and a lot of light. But sir, allow me to be slightly contrarian to you. What about the heat? What about the heat load? Consequent head on the HVAC and the consequent recurrent electricity cost. We do not look at double glazing seriously. So these windows, if you do a double glazing, it's wonderful. There's a small work in Tanzania who has done, but there is no other literature on this anywhere else. Impact of double glazing in hot and humid weather.
Correct.
Now let's talk of the walls. We nowadays use hollow bricks. Wonderful. One of my good friends, I also work with the National Disaster Management Authority as a national lead on hospital safety. And I was one of the key authors of the National Hospital Safety Guideline of the government. So there I worked with Professor C.V.R. Murthy, the director of Jodhpur IIT. So Professor Murthy and I, both of us used to visit hospitals, assess seismic loads, look at the seismic readiness. Sir, what is the seismic readiness? How many people look at seismic readiness? Nobody does, sir, in our country. In Northeast, yes. they have to, because the Assam State Disaster Management Authority, led by Mr. Barfukan and Ms. Barfukan, they did it. They said, no, I will not allow. I do not care what the BIS is saying. The hospital must be seismically right, sir. But in our place, how many of us are really looking at seismic loads? I do not know. The answer is floating in the wind. So, evidence-based design, whose evidence? Done by whom? For which audience? A few things, one researcher in Kerala, University of Trivandrum, I must laud her for the effort that she did. She tried to compare 6 hospitals in UK with 6 hospitals in India. She found out wonderful things. Certain things apply, like single room with patient relatives area to sit in and relax in, and a separate nursing area and a separate patient area. Toilet built near the patient bed with bed rails are wonderful. How many can afford that in this Rashtrasati era? I do not know. Cost-effective design, sirs. Vinyls look wonderful. Electrostatic vinyls, static vinyls. We have one sponsor here. My question, a patient who can only afford to pay 10,000 rupees in a day, after which he opens his hands and says, Dr. Sahab, I do not have any more cows at my home. Kindly let my father die peacefully. Discharge him. That is the reality, sir, in Bharat we live in. So whenever we are talking evidence-based design, sirs, we must take the pocket of the patient. As one of my seniors in critical care used to say, I can name him Dr. Subhash Todi. Good friend, a good senior colleague who have learned a lot. He's a late teacher. So Subhash used to say that the most important vital sign of a patient, it is not respiration rate, it is not pulse rate, it is not blood pressure, it is the daily bill. Because after 3 days, patient will have a 60,000 bill, relatives will come, hold hand of the operations guys, or ask doctors and say, Doctor Sahab, mere pitaji ko chhod do. So when we are talking of evidence-based designs, it must be looked at with a rigid economic lens, I feel, in our country. Having said this, ergonomics have improved. Decentralization of nursing stations, which is required, has improved. I see nowadays hospitals where instead of a central nursing station, there are nursing perches in different small areas. An average nurse walks 6 kilometers in a shift. And we keep on talking in Kaizen about Muri and Muda. So yes, there is a requirement for thorough analysis. Very few healthcare institutions undertake a thorough analysis of what their employees exactly do. How many nurses do we see in healthcare conferences where we talk of hospital administration? We are administering them. Their viewpoints, sir, I rightly agree with Mr. Gupta when he said, it is the nurse. We doctors are caretakers only, like the perpetual father in absentia. We are not there. We come, treat the patient, give advice, go out, again come in the evening to treat the patient. Who looks after? The nurses and technicians. So their well-being must be the topmost priority. Very few hospitals, they have doctors' rooms. I do not see any nurses' rest areas. In no hospital I see nurses' rest areas. They have got a small locker room with some lockers. So yes, happy nurses equal to happy patients. But there is a requirement for that.
Absolutely.
Now, distraction. The Western literature talks of there should be zero noise. Yes, there should be zero noise. But in India, AIMS, Shakti Gupta's department, they did a study. They found that positive distraction and slight ambient noise actually improves and keeps us happy. Because we live in populated places. We live in very populated places. Now suddenly if it is everything is silent, like first time I remember when I went to Midwest of USA, I was really worried. Couldn't sleep at night, there is no sound, there is no traffic, there is no dog, what is happening? So that's the reality for us. So again I am saying evidence-based design should be a design evidence that is translatable to our practice every day. I could rattle on, but then it will prolong it, so I'll end it, Demoga sir.
Thank you. Wonderful explain. Thank you very much, Dr. Banerjee. Mr. Anirban Gupta, Managing Director, East India. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. My first question is, what is your technology vision for the future when it comes to resilient and safe hospital infrastructure?
Yeah. So morning to all. Many of us might not know where I work for. So I work for a company called Colliers. It's a 100-year-old company based out of Canada. We have offices in 67 countries. In India, we have got 11 offices in 11 cities. We do a turnover of 4.5 billion USD approximately worldwide. So I'll take whatever all my friends have said. It's really right now. It's basically it has to be a blend of real estate, because I majorly represent real estate of the country. So what I will start off is, before I get in the technical part, so the future is very good right now in hospitality sector, in this part of the country. Why I say this part of the country? So whenever my company asks me what you look into, I say I look into half of India. Because if you look into eastern part, we have got 7 sisters. We have got 3 countries, Nepal, Bhutan, and Burma. And we have got 4 other states, which is West Bengal, Orissa, Assam, and Jharkhand, and Bihar. So 5 states and 7 sisters and 3 countries. That's what the region that I take care of. And all throughout traveling the region, what I feel is hospitality sector as a part of the real estate. So as we all know that this is a very specialized division. In US, we have got about 50 to 55 specialized real estate divisions only, where 20% serve as in the hospitality sector. In India, we don't have. We only have hospitality as a single division, where we do project managements, due diligence, advisories. We have built 7 Medantas in India. We have built the Max Hospital in Nanavati, Mumbai. And so we are there in currently working about 98 billion square feet managing that we are doing in this sector only in India. So it's quite a robust future that it looks like. Now coming to this part of the country, what I feel is the division, this sector actually has a great future on 2 platforms. Number one is the tier 1 cities or metros, where I find the real estate developers getting motivated in joining with the sector and coming up with their using their real estate lands to make hospitals. So what had happened, so I'm in this industry, I'll tell you, since 2002. So for the last 22 years, I've been working. I have seen that real estate has been a separate division, and hospitality has been a separate division, commercial has been a separate division. Today, the first transformation that is happening is, it's called a mixed development. So every real estate you see, large township projects coming up, pan-India, worldwide you see, it has to be a mixed development, where along with offices or retail malls or residentials, you have to have a hospital as a part of the project. So it's becoming a mixed development project. Once you're making a mixed development project, a lot of the problems, like what Dr. Anish, you have been saying, that the limitations which are there on a green field or a brown field, or the cost factors, everything is to be taken care of. That's how we do the master planning, basically. So when we are doing the master planning, we are putting a hospital as maybe a 2 acres of land for a 100 bedded, maybe we need about 2 acres of land for 100 bedded approximately. So we do the designing and we take care of it from the day one, basically. So we involve architects, we do project planning, we take all the necessary permissions, licenses, everything that's been taken care of, and definitely what you said correctly, sir, with the help of specialized people. So it's a very specialized division, actually. So that is how the new kind of real estate is coming, and it is coming all throughout the country. I'm telling you, for the metro cities, for the tier 1 cities, this is a mixed development or mixed usage projects is becoming the talk of the town tomorrow or today, because of the perfect actual usage of land. It's basically a wave of new part of real estate of India, which is developing, which will be reflected very soon in the next 5, 6, or 10 years. The second important potential market that I feel is actually the tier twos of what we call the tier twos of India, but money is there in those markets. So those are the people who come and buy real estate assets in the proper metros nowadays. So there, the new renaissance of hospitality development is coming in those parts of the country. And East India being a beautiful, like, what ma'am has said, in Shillong, I think that's a hospital. It's a beautiful hospital. I've been there. And yeah, and that is how we work in cities like, say, a Gangtok or a Darjeeling or all these cities. What I find, there are developers who are coming forward. There are real estate people who are coming forward and say, we want to invest in hospitality and we want these kinds of projects and infrastructures to come up. So I think, the future of the country, in this segment looks very, very bright, and it has to be a blend of any other asset classes. So it's not a specialized or a separate or divided kind of asset class. It has to be a blend of the existing asset class. That's how we should or we are looking at real estate right now. Now, coming to the technical question, that you asked. We have a lot of AIs right now. Like Colliers has developed a AI called Cogen. So Cogen is basically something which is in the project management division, very specialized app we have got. And this monitors every hour of development of the hospital that we are doing. It controls time, it controls labor, it controls the what are the faults and what are the specializations needed, and it's a constant device that gets updated and uploaded with all the developments worldwide. So we are there in, as I said, we're in 67 countries, and Cogen blends all the offices that we have. So maybe there are about 60 inputs coming every day to develop this app. So it's a beautiful app, and we have got like this. We are developing about at least about 10 to 12 apps which are actually helping, and we are doing now robotics right now in construction management. So we are doing technical due diligence right now in constructions. So all these specializations and technical parts which are coming will actually help in improving the quality and timeline of projects. And so we can have a separate demonstration of those technicals that we have on a separate platform. But this is what I have to say actually from my part.
Thank you. Actually, statistics in our India public expenditure on healthcare touched 2.1% of GDP in FY23 and 2.2% in financial year 22, against 1.6% in financial year 21 as per the Economic Survey 2022-23. In 2024, the Indian government established 60 new medical colleges, increasing MBBS seats by 6.3% to 1,15,812. This expansion has phased to total number of medical colleges to 766, up from 387 in 2013-14. Postgraduate seats also grew by 5.92% to 73,111. Another statistics is very important. Shortage of basic healthcare infrastructure. The private sector has approximately 11,85,242 beds, while public sector has approximately 7,13,986 beds. This leaves India with an average of less than 1.4 beds per 1,000 population, significantly lower than the World Health Organization suggested norms of 3.5 beds per 1,000 population. This is the main statistics. The second question to you, Mr. Anirban Gupta. Contribution and role of real estate sector in the rising healthcare business of Kolkata.
So here, I will say a very interesting thing. So we have got basically 7 to 8 divisions of real estate. We have got asset classes like, office buildings that you see in all Salt Lake Sector 5s. You see retail malls, you see residentials, hospitals. So there are about 7 to 8 divisions of real estate. Now, currently, like for last, so what happens is each of the decades gets dominated by one of the asset classes. Like for example, the last decade was dominated by the office buildings, where you see all those big fours like KPMGs, you see Deloitte's, they're all coming to Calcutta, setting up offices, generating employments. So last year also we had got Capgemini coming to Calcutta, and they have got an employment enhancement target of 15,000 employees approximately, so I'm not quoting the exact numbers, from a 9,000. So all those employment generations are happening, which had increased the office businesses in Calcutta for last decade. Before that, there was a renaissance for the retail industry, where you see a lot of shopping malls coming up, consumption pattern increasing, and people spending on consumptions, which is the retail basically. Now what happens is there's a further transformation where we say that this coming decade will be a very strong industry for the what we call the warehousing divisions. You see a lot of Amazons and Flipkarts flopping around, and also it's a very rising time for the hospitality sector, where we find all the grade A developers or grade B developers of Calcutta, of basically Bengal overall, they're focusing on this asset class. So what is happening is there has to be a strong blend of all of you who are specialized in this sector with the real estate or the real estate sectors basically. And how the blend happens is basically we are working out certain ways where we find that yes, there has to be certain things which has to be taken care of, and there has to be a good commercial census that should make, and taking care of definitely the costing part of it. So that entire consultation that we're doing, as I said, for mixed use projects, it's something which is rising very, very highly for this part of the country. In currently, we have got plans of about I'm not saying the exact number, but it'll be something around approximately planned about 12 to 14 acres of land on different projects, where there's a plan for a hospital segment in different parts of the country, like BT Road. So that's a segment which everybody knows. That is where we are working with a particular developer, real estate developer, who is planning to do a 3-acre land of only hospital basically, because he finds that he can value add to this sector in Calcutta. So like this, so we are working with a lot of projects which will come up in 2025, and definitely we'll go back to the relevant takers and hospitals. Then we will start building those projects and taking up to the next level. So it'll be about roughly about 100 beds. We need about approximately 2 acres for a metro hospital. So if we have about 14 to 15 acres of land, so we'll have about 700 to 800 beds minimum on pipeline for Calcutta only. And this is repeatedly going on. Say in Bhubaneswar, Odisha government is also working very proactively on this industry. So if we add on the entire zone, there might be, the future looks very good to about maybe adding about 3,000 to 3,500 beds approximately on the entire zone. I mean, that's what the future looks like and the planning looks like. I'm not talking of the exact numbers because I don't have the statistics right now, but we can always sit across and discuss about those also.
Yes, absolutely. Now the outpatient centers could be a major growth area going forward, ensuring more accessibility and comfort for customers. Real estate developers will also be focusing more on aspects like ventilation, air quality, flexible building design, unidirectional corridors, isolation rooms, negative pressure rooms, single rooms, antibacterial and non-porous materials for construction and furniture that is easy to sanitize and clean up. They will be increasing technology more into their designs, including touchless access, automatic doors and access points, OPD, video conferencing, and so on. The government's move to offer rupees 50,000 crore as credit guarantee for establishing private hospitals is another proactive measure that could boost the healthcare real estate segment. Several global and domestic players are also looking at expanding their presence in the country. Considering these aspects, healthcare real estate could well become the next big sunrise sector or asset class for the Indian real estate industry.
Exactly.
Exactly. Now, Dr. Joy Basu. Hello, sir. How are you?
Hello. Hi.
Fine. Dr. Joy Basu, Chief Executive Officer, Health Science, Adamas University. My question is how to achieve net zero energy design in hospital buildings. What are the design strategies to be adapted?
Yeah, let me introduce myself. I'm Dr. Joy Basu. I worked for last 23 years with Apollo Group of Hospital and last 2 years with entire Apollo Group as a senior vice president for the country. And on the other capacity, I have built almost nearing 100 hospitals in different bed strength. So this question and this platform immensely gave me a lot of challenges because the question itself is such that net zero design. Net zero design is a completely new concept that where you are actually reducing the entire load on the hospital, and it's very challenging in the hospital sector because hospital sector we all know that there is a high demand of energy because of equipments, because of lot of instruments which consume lot of power and energy, and a lot of sick people are there. The live load of the building is very high. So in that context, that net zero building and net zero energy, so that's a very tricky question in the case of hospital itself. In other industries like shopping malls or restaurant or hotels, the net zero energy building is much more easier to build. But let me point out few basic point where the hospital architect, I feel myself a hospital architect because I did my PhD on hospital architecture. Let's start with the few pointers I want to highlight in net zero building. The passive design structure. The passive design structure is that when you build a greenfield project, your entire building should be such that the patient care area should be on the window side so that the natural light entry should come in. So that's everyone knows. But what I want to emphasize that when we talk about the natural light entry, along with the light, heat will come in. So it will impact on HVAC. The air condition consumption will be much more and energy level will be little high. So carbon footprint and other things what you talk about, that will be in a higher scale. So in that context, so we need to think about the double glazing of the windows. We need to think about the R values of the windows, and even in the wall, the Z values, that how much heat you want to allow inside the room. The Z value will tell you the things, and how much heat you want to repel out, that won't enter. So that depends upon a lot of things, because if I talk about that, it will take a lot of time. Otherwise, the building construction itself, if you go to a old building, like 300 years old building, if you go inside without air conditioning, you feel that is cold inside. So why it is cold inside? Because of the thickness of the wall? No, not exactly on the thickness of the wall. There are a lot of insulation materials nowadays it is coming. He can tell you a lot about these things because that is his domain. I am a doctor basically. Fundamentally, I am a doctor, so but a hospital designer. So at the same time, so I can tell you that these are all things we can achieve the net zero construction. Apart from the energy, there are few more things. There are light. Light comes from natural sources like sunlights. So sunlights, we should use the sunlights wherever it is possible, the natural light entries like canopies and other things we can have inside the hospital where the sunlight can come in. That will substantially reduce the electricity bill of the hospital. We always use the LED lights wherever it is possible. Nowadays, all the lights are LED, even in our house lights are LEDs. Apart from that, I'll come to the water part of this. Water, the rainwater harvesting, the reuse of the water in non-potable use, not in a potable use. I'm talking about non-potable use of the reuse of the water. Then comes to the other form of energy like solar energy, what we all know, the solar energy. Solar panel can be fixed on the top of the roof or any canopies or any available places that can give you a lot of energy. So if you get a lot of energy and you waste the energy, that is not also a very good sign. So we need to have a grid to store the energy, and after that, when we need it, even in the equipment front, a lot of new equipment has come in the market, so that use lot of less energy, like less energy MRI has come in 3 Tesla market, that consume much less energy than the conventional 3 Tesla MRI. Even in CT scan, even in any other equipments, there are less energy consuming machines are coming. So I'll tell you very frankly that don't try to retrofit the existing hospital into a energy saving or a green building hospital. It should be a greenfield project where you think from the very beginning that you want to do it. Otherwise, the retrofitting will cost you little more. But at the same time, few things can be adopted in an old hospital also. That old hospital where I worked in Apollo Kolkata, there I have developed lot of new ideas, new things. You can see our entire car park is covered by a canopy, and on the top of the canopy there is solar panels. So the solar panel actually give the lightings to all the inside non-technical areas lightings. So that is the building automation system is must. It can be retrofitted in the building. Ventilation process in the hospital is a very fundamental thing because of infection control. Apart from that, last but not the least, the noise in the hospital. I think you talk about the noise, because noise level in the hospital is sometimes very high. So if you can, it's a practice. It's not that we have to do certain things. One thing is the restriction of noise by giving insulation in walls, insulation in windows, crack-free, joint-free areas. That will reduce the noise. That is number one. And number two, the habits. If in your hospital you declare that 1 to 4 is a noise-free time, and night usually it's a noise-free time. 1 to 4 in the daytime is a noise-free. And that noise-free time, you reduce the light consumption also. The corridor light must be off. Only the nursing station and the room's lights must be on. So it gives you a lot of good feel that hospital is a noise-free and it's a silent, it's a serious hospital. That feel will come into the mind of the people, and that people also be trained to talk not in a very loud voice. So that training must be required. So that's from my side from the first question. Any other questions, sir?
Yes, thank you. The next question is to what is biophilia? How does it help in evolving a better outcomes of the end user in the hospitals?
Yeah, biophilia is a very, very, very catchy term and a very new thing in other sector, but hospital sector, it's very new, very, very new. Very few hospital adapted the biophilia, but I'll tell you, a lot of hospitals actually adopted biophilia without knowing it. Biophilia, the actual meaning of the biophilia is it's the human natural instinct to love nature. Love nature means it can be a tree, it can be a mountain, it can be a forest, it can be some birds, it can become flowers, it can be anything. So that component composites of the biophilic nature. And sometimes it's become very much more in certain individual, that they spend their most of their time in the forest, and they spend most of their time in photographic of those things. So that is biophilia basically. And in hospital sector, biophilia we can adapt. How and what I can tell you, that when you place a bed, you place the window just beside the bed, and window must be in the bigger size with double glazed, what I told in the previous talk. And outside the window, it should be green. If it's difficult, I know it's difficult in metro cities, in the scarcity of land and other things, it's difficult, but it's possible if we have the intent to develop. And more natural things like more plants, more water elements can come into within the hospital system itself. Even a small fountain can actually reduce the pain of the patient, and actually reduce the psychological effect of the patient. He will recover much faster than a normal room and normal bed. You can have a small terrace kind of thing where they can have a evening walk. And the terrace will be full of greeneries, with the potteries, with the lightings, with the small fountains, with the open air. So that will give them the natural process of healing much faster. Even after surgery, after delivery, all this point. So if they connect with the nature, properly, then the things will be much easier, and the cost effective, the hospitalization will reduce. Obviously, the bill of the hospital will also reduce. So entirely, if we can adapt the thing in the hospital segment, it will be win-win for both the hospital promoters, managers, CEOs, and others, as well as the most benefited personnel are the patients and the other stakeholder of the hospital. I missed out the other stakeholder of the hospital, like doctors, nurses, paramedics. They also feel rejuvenated when they come from home to the hospital. They see it's a green campus, it's a greeneries around, it's a lot of plants, lot of these things. So it's a kind of mind will get freshen up, and they can work in a longer hours, 8 hours, 10 hours won't be a problem for them to serve the people. So that's why biophilia, I feel that is must for every hospital. And if you can do, if the naturally it is there, like Northeast, naturally if you get some kind of sceneries and mountains and other things, so there is no need to do anything extra. Yes. But if you can't do it, try to do certain things. Try to do something visuals. Even I've seen in one hospital, their windows, they got installed LED TVs, and that's actually showing that a natural outside views of greeneries. And the patient's recovery is much faster, pain is much lesser, and the psychological things that we all know that ICU psychosis is a serious problem. They don't know whether it is day or night, so it's a this kind of room. We don't know whether the sun is there or it is raining outside. We don't know anything. We don't know about the time itself, that when the sun is there or sun is not there. So in that context, when we connect with the nature, you get connected with everything. It is not only with the plants and this thing. You connected with the solar energy. You connected with all the energy, all the power within you, and you recover faster.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Actually, the word biophilia was first introduced by a psychoanalyst named Eric Fromm, who stated the biophilia is the passionate love of life and of all that is alive. Correct. And whether in a person, a plant, an idea, or a social group, in his book, The Anatomy of Human Destructiveness in 1973. So thank you very much, sir. Now my experience as a hospital architect, I just some briefs is there. And after that, I some questions from the audience. So my experience, as compared to any other commercial buildings, the hospital buildings are one of the most complex buildings projects to plan, design, build, and operate. There is direct relation between the design of hospitals and satisfaction experienced by patients, staff, and family members of the patient. The better the planning and the design, the greater will be the impact of the performance of the hospital. Once the hospital building is planned and executed, the redesigning of hospital or modifications in the building are generally difficult and not feasible, as hospital projects involve huge investment, and once constructed, it is usually not feasible to change the design and plan again and again. Furthermore, it is also equally true that the good planning and designing of the hospital services contributes a lot of reduced errors, decrease the rate of infections, cross-infection, and accidents due to faults of patients, protect staff from injury, increase patients' recovery rate from disease and sufferings, and also increase staff satisfaction. Over a period of time, after visiting many hospitals, right from small nursing home to the large corporate hospitals, we had noticed that there were a lot of designing faults. That means the beds were not laid down properly and adequate working space were not provided. The nursing station was not at the desired location. The required electrical points were not provided or in provided were not properly located. No proper barriers were provided for separation of different zones for infection control. The sizes of the rooms were not proper. Either they are too small or they are too large. The room temperature or humidity was not controlled as required, and others like security, safety, and hygiene were not addressed to. After seeing such a state of affairs of hospitals in respect of the poor quality of designing and planning, we were really upset. The promoters generally feel comfortable by planning and designing the hospital building based on their own experience, or otherwise take the help of inexperienced friends, architect, or other person to plan and design the hospital building. These result in incorporate designing of the building. This is my experience as an architect. Suppose for you can see the existing commercial building, the promoter or builder said that you can convert it to hospitals. The 4 to 4 height is 3.3 to 3.4 meter, but OT height is need to be 4.2 meter. So, and laminar flow and full air condition. So what is your answer regarding this situation? And another situation is in some hospitals, some CSSD, some OT floor is the chiller zone, and the lower floor is the ward. The temperature there is no insulation is the floor. So
Yes,
that
yes.
the what floor is totally waterlogged. This is the inexperience of architects, the designer, and the promoter and the client. This is the main observation, and etc.
Yes,
What is your
exactly.
answer?
I have also seen one of my project in Dubrajpur, where one of the promoter wants to convert his shopping mall to a hospital. So he has built a shopping mall. There are two-floor basement was there, but my two challenges were there. One, you exactly pointed out the ceiling height. So that's one of the main challenge because of the OT I cannot place. Even CT scan, MRI, gantry we cannot place. So there are a lot of challenges in that because, and there is, in a shopping mall there is a big courtyard, and within the courtyard there are surrounding systems. surrounding rooms are there. So those rooms are created for shops. So we can convert it very easily to a clinical areas. But in other machine rooms, machine areas was a big challenge. But somehow we have solved it, and we are going to start it very soon.
It is also difficult to because the previous building was designed by the IS code by an NBC code. And the total foundation piling work according to this load of the live load and the dead load. And hospital is the institutional building.
Yes.
So it's different for different aspect, different structural design, different everything. So it is considered just suppose live load, dead load, and it is the commercial building and it's fully different in the institutional building. And this is the seismic zone. Already is calculated.
Yes.
This is the main problem.
Absolutely. That is the main problem because incidentally, my PhD topic was to converting the existing building to a hospital. So I have worked intensively in the hospital segment with other buildings like hostel, hotels, shopping mall to a hospital. So and incidentally, I got a chance to work in such a thing. In my suggestion that when you are retrofitting the entire thing, the NBC guideline has to be followed. That what you correctly said. And second one is that we need to, the retrofitting always cost much higher when you think of something else and suddenly end up with a hospital business. So in that case, the things are really challenging and really difficult. The final challenge is the elevators. The elevators, they have done it with a intention to just take the customer up, not the patient up. So that is one of the major challenge of core cutting everything, and whether core cutting is not possible, then leave it as a doctor's elevator and all the stuff. So those are the few major challenges and few minor challenges are there. I think, Doctor.
Thank you, Dr. Bas. Sir, I agree with you, but one thing I believe was left out, time is also running out. One key challenge realistically I have seen is humidity. Because what happens is people use, particularly in peripheral hospitals, gypsum boards instead of calcium silicate. This is wonderful to look at. In a year's time, the gypsum becomes full of fungus, the OT starts dripping, and you have to stop operations to restructure everything else. Another problem that happens oftentimes is HVAC design. The reality is people in their zeal to save power will inevitably turn off the HVAC system in the operation theater. So the desired temperature, the desired relative humidity, all of those things actually go for a toss. So a small addition, sir, I'd like to make. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the audience? Please.
Hi, sir. Hi, panelist. This is Animesh De. I am from Mindray Medical India, Director, Eastern India. Sir, my question is, today we are talking about planning and designing the execution of the future hospitals. So how do you think that IT, information technology, can enable, can work as a big enabler for designing and future hospital projects?
Animesh, as you know, we have been talking about this for more than a decade. So yes, the last project that we worked in, all the beds have got a remote telemetry. So as more and more beds will have remote telemetry, your nursing ratios can improve, your quality of care can improve, and in an ideal situation particularly, the farther they are away from trained, efficient manpower, there is a more and more requirement for HIS and telemetry.
Next.
If I can add something, that IoT is having a huge impact on this, because we have in our Delhi Apollo, we have done certain things, like when the patient goes inside the consultation room, immediately in his profile, the doctor's computer screen, his entire vitals is getting captured, and it's the manpower and other things. There is no need of manually doing it. So even in this IoT thing, you can do it in maintaining of the equipment, the preventive maintenance of the equipment when it is integrated with the building management system. So that's the future, because that is not available in the most of the hospital, but that would be the future.
Okay, any questions from audience?
Yeah, good afternoon. This is Dr. Vishal. I head ILS hospitals, and I would want to understand the expert opinion on a couple of things. One is when we look at doing a lot of these things from a futuristic perspective, it takes a toll on the cost of the project in a big way. Second is the government looking at subsidized healthcare in a big way. The insurance market is also going the same way. I think without the economics or the commercial being talked about, a lot of these initiatives remain as a topic of discussion rather than execution. So how would the panelists look at it?
Sir, two bits from me. I understand the pain and where you are coming from, because most of the hospitals I work with are in the districts. So my two bits. Everything doesn't require a lot of cost. Decentralization of a nursing station, putting nursing purchase, will not add up to your cost. The moment that you put in, as Animesh was saying, televised telemetry systems, you can actually lower the number of medical officers working there, or at least the level or quality of the medical officers with which you can write a certain quality of ICU. Number three, ergonomics. If your beds can be easily lifted up, down, A, this will result in a comfort, not a significant addition of cost. B, if the racks from where the nurses draw the files, it will need a simple small refit by a carpenter so that those are easy to reach at. So small things, sir, in evidence-based design that can be done without a significant added cost. Everybody cannot have a huge atrium full of Amazon rainforest. That is not actually feasible, viable everywhere. But a small greenery within the hospital, not please in where immunocompromised patients live, so elsewhere. So I believe that those things can actually be done with some innovations in your brain, with all of our brain, without significant added cost, sir.
I completely agree with that, Dr. Banerjee. And we do a lot of these things because we are now going to start our 5th hospital in Raipur. And we have done a lot of these optimizations over a period of time. But still, with the pressure on the ARPOB and ARPP of the hospital coming down with the government pressure, insurance, everything. So when I look at a cost of project versus the revenue projections with the type of market which is evolving, it is becoming challenging for the players where you are not at the highest most level, but also want to provide the quality care without any compromise on this.
Yeah, if I can take this call, whatever we have talked about, it's on capital budgeting and it's a capital expense. When you do the correct capital expense in controlling your electricity bill, controlling your manpower cost, because IoT, IT, AI, everything will reduce your manpower cost significantly. What we are talking about, the natural light and other things, HVAC and everything, the green energy and green things. So that will actually reduce your operating expense a lot. So you focus on the cost part of it. If you focus on the cost part of it, not to compromise the capital expense. The initial capital expense might be 5 to 10% higher than normal building. I agree. But in a long run, but you are doing capital expense for one time. But after that, in a long run, it's going to benefit you. Because of solar energy, solar power is much cheaper than conventional power. So if you do all these things, the OPEX will automatically come down.
Thank you very much.
So one more point I'll add you is the capex part. Like what Dr. Basu said is about the OPEX part. If you are doing a blended real estate development where there's a mixed use concept, as I said, your land cost will be very, very less. It'll be almost nullified because it'll be a part of a large 100-acre, 200-acre developments. The construction cost when the developer is doing a 100-acre development and doing your development will be at least 50 to 60% less compared to you doing it independently. So if you can control those capex costs at the beginning of the project, it'll give a very long-term your gestation basically, which will help in controlling the capex also. So that's a part which you can control and take care from the beginning only, from the planning stage only. That'll help a lot.
All right. Yes. Well, thank you very much.
In fact, most of the projects coming now, if you see, are the mall structures we have not got commissioned. A lot of them converting into hospitals, and we have done 2 of them, and we are looking at another few of them. So what happens is, definitely, I understand the blended structures and the mixed architecture would definitely give some comfort. But if you look at the mixed development perspective at the basic level, when it is a part of a township, it also gives a restriction to the hospital that, what would be the flow which will be coming to the hospital. So viability in the terms of timeline will get pushed away while the optimization would happen, but I really don't know what the trade-off will going to help.
Yeah, so so there are a lot of factors are there. Like location will benefit in that. Like if you have a really ardent location, it'll contribute a lot. So and how the competition is also working. Like normally people prefer hospitals at least in a zone kind of thing where 3-4 brands that they are operating. So these are a lot of factors are there. So we do a lot of research works also on this. Like we do researches on real estate, hospitality, hospitals, all those things. So I think those research reports, a few of them will also help you a lot. I can share those also with you. We have worked exclusively on eastern part because we feel that it's a great market basically, and those will value add a lot also on this.
What about the medical mall concept? I mean, one is you talk about the hospital, but hospitals within the hospital, where there is specialty or something, I think that can also be helpful. So I really don't
Very
know what
much.
is the forward path on that, especially with Eastern India. What do you see?
Very
because
much.
you are into that field.
Yes, very much. Because there's been one of our clients who is working on a very unique project, where he's saying that, he's actually blending. So I was hearing at the beginning, I came late, that there's a concept of a gym in the hospital. So there's someone who is building in a shade structure. So it's not a kind of concrete RCC. It's a warehouse shade is developing, which is about 1 lakh square feet, where he's saying it'll be healthcare on one side, it'll be motivation on one side. So it'll be a mental as well as physical improvement, for everyone who are not only patients but might be would be future patients also kind of thing. So those who find that there are some minor issues, they should come and join in there. And there's greenery, there's gardening, there's gym, there's healthcare, there's cooking, and there is treatment. So it's a kind of blended concept someone is trying to develop in Calcutta only on a warehouse, where it's controlling costs because it's doing a warehouse, but keeping all those essentials and fire norms and everything intact. So these kinds of future concepts will come with a lot of blending which will happen, So it's not a hospital is not a place of always pain or punishment, or the mindset is, previously there was a mindset where people say that, when I'm doing a residential, mere ghar ke samne hospital nahi hona chahiye because, it gives a negative feeling, and all those things are getting overcome. So right now it's becoming all about positive energies, how we can divert those, how we can create those awareness and all. So a lot of works and researches are going on this, and I think it looks very bright if you ask me.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, sir, for so many interesting points, very, very interesting questions. Very good points, sir. We talk about townships and hospitals in townships, and along with the mixed-use development and so many, all that it sounds very smart, but if it's difficult to access the township, restricted access for the public, then maybe it's not such a smart idea after all. It's a very good point, and so many other interesting points that you raised. In the interest of time, we will have to move on to the next item of the agenda. I do note that there are many questions in the audience. We want to encourage participation, but we will take those offline. But for now, thank you all very much for being a part of this panel discussion and sharing your insight with us. And thank you very much, Mr. Dipankar, for moderating the discussion. Right. All of our panelists will be available offline as well during the various networking sessions. Thank you once again. During that discussion, a lot was spoken about capital expense. Just a minute, sir. A lot was spoken about capital expense and how to optimize capital expense. And it so happens that our next presenter is Mr. Animesh De, who is the director of East India region from Mindray. Now, Mindray is an expert when it comes to healthcare products and services, and they've installed their products in various healthcare facilities all over the country. And so when it comes to capital expense, Mindray India has some opinions and some advice and guidance for all of us. And Mr. Animesh, they will share some of his experience and insight with us. The topic of this presentation is Your Trust Shapes Us. Right? How does your trust shapes us, and what can we do? How can we explore this further? Please help me welcome on stage Mr. Animesh De from Mindray India, our partner for this initiative as well.
Thank you. Hello. Good morning, everyone. So it's giving me immense pleasure to welcome all of you for this ET360 Healthcare 360 event. So I will take you through how we are going to make healthcare better for everyone. So, better healthcare for all. This is the mission statement of Mindray. So, little bit about us. Our vision statement is better healthcare for all, and our mission is advanced medical technologies to make healthcare more and more accessible. We started our journey in 1991 in PRC, People's Republic of China. As per today's topic, we are going to tell you that your trust is helping shaping us. This is our head office in Shenzhen. Let me take you through a growth journey of Mindray in last 15 years. So you can see Mindray, the CAGR for last 15 years, it was 15.7%. Vis-a-vis the CAGR of all other our competitions. You can see the Philips and GE, all other giants name over there. If you see the total market cap of Mindray, presently we are at 50.88 billion. Vis-a-vis our competition, you can see where they are standing. If I talk about environment and social governance per se, Mindray falls into the first top 15%. That is with AA rating. We started our journey in 1991, and we have slowly but surely increased our product line. We are present in all 80 plus hospitals in top 100. We have started with patient monitoring, and now we have each and every product line to support you. This is our global presence, our branches and R&D centers. Globally, we are available everywhere. This is our global footprints in supply chain, and these are the places in European Union and North America where we are present. This is our India level footprint. You can see each and every big corporate hospital name is there. If I talk about specifically about Eastern India, today I think almost all these hospital representatives are here. Be it ILS Hospital, Disha Multi-Speciality Hospital, Woodlands, each and every hospital, we have a good amount of installation base. So what we provide? We provide all these medical equipments for everything, for every use of yours. Like we have equipments for your cardiology department, we have equipment for your OR, laboratory, and ultrasound and imaging care devices. We are present in each and every places where you can imagine of. We are here to be a sustainable partner with you, and that is how your need shapes us. So this is, when we talk about Mindray, we talk about better quality and the reliability. This is how Harvard Medical School Teaching Hospital is talking about us, the best technology available at this point in time. I will tell you a short story about anesthesia workstation. People who know anesthesia workstation is basically an equipment which is required in operation theaters basically. So there are giants like GE HealthCare and Dragar and Mackay. They were the pioneer and leaders in anesthesia workstation earlier. But this is a FDA study which has been done by FDA himself. This is showing the FDA recalls that has happened in all other machines, like GE HealthCare or maybe Dragar or maybe in Mackay. You can see Mindray having the least number of FDA recalls. that proves himself that quality and the reliability of Mindray equipments. So in anesthesia workstation today in India, we are having the highest market share. This is our uniqueness, the integration of data. This is how we have integrated the entire system. We have integrated anesthesia workstation. We have integrated anesthesia workstation with anesthesia ventilator, patient monitoring, and all these devices. As Dr. Anish Banerjee was telling that it absolutely saves money and your costing. The infusion adjustment comes down to 70%. Infusion check is absolutely eliminated, less drag and less pollution within the OPT. So before, doctors needs to constantly shift their focus among different screens. Obviously, in an ICU or in an operation theater, there are multiple screens. So now we have integrated all the screens into a single screen. Now you can see, this is a display where you can see our patient monitoring is being integrated with an ultrasound machine. So this gives you the integrated data and synchronized information. Similarly, in lab technologies, in hematology solution, there was a lab in Brazil where the per day sample was around 28 lakhs. So in that hospital, we have introduced our lab automation system, and we could manage 30% less staffing and with a productivity increase of 50%. This is our integrated automation. So you give one slide here, and you will get all the output from the other side. All the machines are integrated. If I talk about emergency care, we have a wonderful device called N1 EMS and D30 and D60 devices. This is another wonderful cutting edge technology. This is, you see, this is an ultrasound. This very ultrasound is called TX Air. And this ultrasound is nothing but a probe, and you can use this probe for doing emergency ultrasound and other stuff. So just watch this small video. Sound please. Sound please. So you can see in emergency care also with this TER, you can actually see the performance, the heart functions. You can calculate the auto ejection fraction. For the sake of time, I am not showing you the complete video. This is another unique cutting edge technology that we have made. Okay, no problem. So another cutting edge technology, we have developed this solution called M-Wear. This particular device patient can wear, and if the patient moves within the hospital, the entire monitoring can happen without even a physical connection in between. So this is how it goes. This is a small demonstration here. So even if the patient is in home, we can actually monitor their valuable parameters sitting in the hospital also. So this was an dream of each and every medical practitioner. So we have made it true. This is our emergency care devices. Again, D60, which includes the TER. As in the previous panel session, doctors were talking about integrating data and having the clinical significance, integrating the different ICUs. So we have designed this particular product in Rio de Janeiro, this hospital, and this particular product has been launched in Eastern India also. We have 2 successful installations in Kolkata. One is in Vivacity Hospital and another one is HP Ghosh Hospital, where we have designed this smart ICU, where the entire ICU and the operation theaters are integrated and given in a single display, just like this. So this is just like a command center. So we are talking about integration of IT within the healthcare per se. So we have successfully done that. And this is a Miko Plus. Again, this is dedicated to our ultrasound and imaging system. This is MIoT. Basically, this particular device integration software we provide, where you can actually check your utilization of each and every equipment that you use in your hospital. So all those hospital equipments will be connected together, and this dashboard will be provided to the MDs and the CEOs and the persons who would like to see that. So what Mindray is doing today, we all know that AI is the next superpower for all. So we have integrated AI into our system. Earlier days, it was for a fetus brain exam, we have to take 4 to 6 different planes in ultrasound. And manually it would have taken 5 to 10 minutes of yours. Now with the implementation of AI with our ultrasound system, it happens only within 10 seconds. Huge time save. For a pelvic exam, it used to take 20 minutes for any ultrasound. Now it is only 40 seconds. So this is what we are planning and what we are doing with the AI. We are developing the MGPT, the new big thing in medical industry. That is, people have heard about DeepSeek and ChatGPT. So now we are coming up with MGPT. It is a medical GPT, where at the one side you put patient conditions. It will give you the guidelines how well you can treat the patient, and whatever necessary treatment suggestions can be given. As we are more into IT, the cyber security is one of the biggest concern, and we have taken every care of that. So as I told you, your need shapes us. So Mindray is not about device. We are device plus IT and plus AI. And this is an open platform. We don't charge any connection fee. Cyber security is absolutely paramount, and we give customized solution for each and every hospital. And we have many successful case studies all over India, and 2 of them are working in Kolkata itself. So when everything goes well, then this entire symphony happens. I'm sorry, I am not being able to play the sound here. So we share the same vision. We want to provide better healthcare for all. This is our academic and clinical excellence that we are doing. We have established the clinical alliance with top hospitals in Latin America. This is our clinical research partners with whom we are doing the research. We are bringing healthcare to every corner. We are directly associated with different NGOs. We are associated with Make AD accessible for everyone with London Hearts. We are working with more and more NGOs to reach more people. We are making healthcare green, so every step is the way. In 2023, our carbon reduction is equal to each employee planting 19 trees. Thank you, and this is the number. Wherever you want any kind of, we are there to support you. If you are going to make any hospital, just give us a call or drop one WhatsApp to this number. We'll be in touch with you, and we'll be helping you building your hospital, building your own future with the help of device, IT, and AI. Thank you so much. I'm open for any question if there is any.
Do we have any questions or comments?
Question or comments, yeah.
Maybe I have a comment.
Yeah, sure.
Well, thank you very much for that. Just a comment, not a question, but a comment. This morning we were talking, Swapna Des reminded us of the power of music as a way of healing. And I thought it was extremely appropriate that when you analyze all of these data points, you create, as you put it, a symphony, which is a reminder once again of the power of music and poetry that plays a very important and underestimated role when it comes to healing. So I thought that was very appropriate, the way you analyze data points to create a symphony. I thought that was remarkable.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Before you go, the video is up and running now, so maybe we can get that playing. Can we please roll the video for Mindray to introduce the audience, to give a primer of what Mindray is all about here in India? Roll the video, please. Okay. You've heard of Murphy's Law, right? whenever you expect something to happen, that's the time it won't happen. That's exactly the time it. We did testing a couple of times before going live, and then now when it's time to go live, the video doesn't play. It always happens, always. Right? If it's not playing, it's fine. We'll progress. It's fine. All right, thank you very much. Thank you.
It's the bustling markets of Delhi, the thriving streets of Mumbai, and high-tech powerhouses of Bengaluru. It's feeling the beat of different pulses and the harmony of different sounds. It's where trust is placed in a critical moment with our life support. It's where reliable data are transformed into discovery with our IVD solutions. It's where intelligent inventions save lives with our imaging technology. And where healthcare is advancing with more possibilities. It's the trust in your partner that makes history. Whether big or small. As your trusted partner, together we will reach the summit and watch the sky glow. Together, we will build a healthier Bharat. Mindray, healthcare within reach.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we move on to the next item on the agenda, which is one of the sections that I personally have been looking forward to the most, and that is a panel discussion on navigating the profitability, social responsibility and community impact of the healthcare business here in India. It's all very good to say, yes, we want healthcare should be focused on patients' healthcare and improving the patient's health, but at the same time, healthcare can't be an altruistic business only. There has to be a bottom line component involved, and it has to make sense for the bottom line. But how do you manage the bottom line and at the same time be altruistic? The two don't gel. So how do you navigate this fine line and come to some kind of compromise? It's going to be a very interesting and very contentious issue. This book that I was reading in the morning focuses a lot on this particular topic. How do you find that very delicate balance? And so to dissect, pardon the pun, but to dissect the topic, I'd like to introduce our moderator, Dr. Shankar Sengupta, who is the medical superintendent and professor of HOD of laboratory medicine at the National Cancer Institute and the Regional Cancer Center. Please help me welcome Dr. Shankar Sengupta on stage. And our panelists are Mr. Rupak Barua, who's the Managing Director and CEO of Woodlands Multi-Specialty Hospital. We also have Dr. Bapadeda Mukhopadhyay, who's the Chief Manager of Medical Services at Manipal Hospitals. Please also help me welcome Mrs. Richa Singh Debgupta, who's the Chief of Strategy and Operations at Fortis Healthcare. And we also have Dr. Devashish Bhattacharya, who's the Chairman of Disha Eye Hospitals. And finally, Dr. Abhimanyu Bishnu, who's the Chief Clinical Excellence Officer at Saroj Gupta Cancer Center and Research Institute. So, our panelists? Yes. Mrs. Richa as well. This is Richa Singh Debgupta, the Chief of Strategy and Operations at Fortis Healthcare. So this is a highly contentious issue, a lot of questions that need to be answered. Our dear panelists, we have assembled a team of panelists to dissect this issue from start to finish, and for the next 1 hour or so, the stage is yours. Dr. Shankar, please take it away.
Thank you very much. I think we are already 45 minutes late. So I don't know, if you allow me, I think I will be straight away to the panel discussion without giving much introduction. However, the three key words in this particular session, that is, as you know, profitability, social responsibility, and of course, the clinical excellence. And this is almost like hovering in three islands, and where from one place to another is very difficult to get get to or get in, because all of them are related but mostly inversely related. Being in government sector and being in also National Accreditation Board of Hospitals, that is NABH, for many years, my assumption is that the most of the healthcare leaders, they get much more difficulty to mingle all these three together, because all these three are also required for the sustainability of a hospital. And if you remember that if you do not have the clinical excellence, then possibly we wouldn't have gone for accreditation. Today, even as a national vice president of CAHO, we know that we have 2 hospitals in the city itself who have already gone through the process of clinical excellence called CQP, Center for Quality Promotion. One is ILS, another is Charnock Hospital. And the many more are going to come. But it all requires funding. It all requires lot of influx of money. And there the problem lies, that when you are talking about profitability, and when you are talking about at the same time clinical excellence, and at the same time when you are really eager to have a clinical, kind of corporate social responsibility, it's very difficult to put everything in one cord. And ladies and gentlemen, that's the challenge for the today's healthcare leaders. Fortunately, I have extremely good panelists, kind of panelist which any moderator would dream to have. And I would like to, that's why without wasting time, I would like to go for the younger, very talented healthcare leader, Bappaditya Mukhopadhyay, for the first question. And as I don't know, they cannot see the question because there is no viewer box over here, unfortunately. But you have been, I believe that if I can ask you the questions, is very, very common question. Is there any balancing required by the healthcare organization for its survival, if it's strongly committed to its vision and mission? Or rather, there is no such compromise to be made for the sake of profitability of the SCO? The first question is to you, Bappaditya.
Thank you, sir, for raising this question. And let us come first directly to the topic. So, what is vision and mission? Vision talks about the long-term thing of which any hospital dreams about. It talks about the long-term community excellence. It talks about the clinical excellence. It talks about the overall well-being of the society, how that hospital or healthcare organization can contribute to it. And when it comes to mission usually dictates how to operationalize that, how to make it practical, how to make it affordable and acceptable to the people what they are serving to. Now the question is, profitability and vision and mission, are these things are totally aligned words, different words, or there are some sort of alignment which can be done for them? So first and foremost, let us understand, if a hospital has to run properly, what are the things what the hospital requires to focus on? First thing is, it has to be operationally, functionally viable. It has to maintain the day-to-day costs. When it comes to the cost, that means it has to pay the wages, it has to run the high-end equipments, it has to manage the operational expenditure, it has to manage the marketing expenditure. So to run those costs, that is one component of it. Second is, every state-of-the-art big hospital, they expect that there should be certain technological enhancements. And particularly the context, in the previous session we found the AI's role in healthcare. So the equipments and the technology in a modern day hospital must be AI enabled, must be up to the mark. That requires a cost. Third point is to maintain a quality sensitive and very nice infrastructure, it also requires a cost. In a competitive setup, all the leading doctors, all the leading consultants, they expect a very competitive remuneration from the institute and the opportunities to, span their domain, expand their domain. So these are the things, all the things are coming at the rate of, at certain financial requirement, financial amount, and that is the profit. If profitability is not there, any hospital cannot sustain all this vision and mission to be very precise. So it is about striking a right balance between these two. And how to do it? There are different avenues for it. There are different options for it. And there are different strategies for it. The goal is to, actually, make the two things not as a different choice. It is not that, the vision and mission and, affordability will be a different thing, as well as the profitability is something which is competitor to each other. It has to run simultaneously. It has to be imbibed in the system so that, the thing is quite efficient in its long-term healthcare delivery.
So I understand there should be some kind of special strategies to be evolved for having this combination of or balancing of vision, mission of a hospital, and of course survival of the hospital, sustainability of the hospital, and in terms of profitability of the ACO. I would now go directly to somebody who is very, very known in the city, running a very big corporate show called Fortis Hospital, Mrs. Richa Singh Devgupta. Ma'am is the Chief of Strategy and Operations of Fortis. And I think as far as strategies is concerned, she will be the right person to ask what are the strategies can be taken by the healthcare organization to combat this unique problem. That's why my question to her is that what are the strategic decisions taken by today's healthcare leaders which are based on patient's experience in the hospitals? Because patient experience is very much important for any healthcare organization to remember. And can you really narrate some example, ma'am?
Thank you, Dr. Shankar. When we talk about strategy, not only for healthcare, for any business, there are a few things which are very, very crucial. The whole strategy depends on that. One is that the market that you operate in. Second thing, the resources that are available to you. Third is what customer wants, or in our case, what patient wants. And fourth is how is the technology panning out, what's happening in the industry at large. So when you look at it, whether it is a running hospital or whether you're planning to start a hospital, I think at both points, your patient plays a very important role. When you're planning to build a hospital, whether you're building it in Delhi, Bombay, Calcutta, or any other city, I think the initial things that you look at it is the demographical profile of that city or the place that where you're building. That talks about the patient. Second thing is what is the socioeconomic status, what is the disease pattern that that particular market has. So that's also governed by the patient because you're going to serve to them. When you start running the hospital, again, patient comes in play. What is that each of the person who's here and kind of, is accustomed to running the hospital would realize that your patient satisfaction, what your patient is saying about your business or what is that they need becomes the governing factor for you. Any decision that you take, anything that you want to do more depends on that. So let me give you an example. So in Fortis network, where we have 29 operational hospitals across the country, see, any new technology actually goes into Delhi and Bombay first, and it comes much later in Calcutta. It's not that the organization doesn't have the intent to invest here, but it's just that when does your patient want it? I remember the discussion when we wanted to bring the robo in our city. So we spoke to some of the doctors because we wanted to invest in it, and the doctors said the city is still not ready for robo, and I'm talking about somewhere early 2000. Eventually, robo started to come into this city at around somewhere 2015, 16, 17, 18, and as latest as people are still buying robo. However, if you look at the other cities, it is already there, right? That's one part of it, how actually patient decides on that. Second thing is that if you want to improvise on your operational part, if there is anything that you want to focus on, what you look at it, you look at your patient satisfaction. What are the key pain points my patient is facing? Starting from the connect point where patient actually calls up for an appointment, right? Today, everyone in the city is going for the digitalization or they have already done it, right? More and more appointments are taken through apps, through website. Less and less people are calling on the call center. That's the trend we are seeing, and that's how the organization is actually investing into technology. Again, it is like what patient wants, right? Third thing, in terms of even adding on to the specialty, right? Whether you want to be a single specialty, whether you want to be a multi-specialty, that is also something which is actually depending upon, if you have, I'm sure Dr. Devashish would agree that Disha Eye actually established a name in itself as an eye hospital, right? And somewhere patient would have said, ki, eye is there, but what about the other specialty? And probably that's the reason he's going for a multi-specialty hospital. So to sum it up, any decision that you take, lots on what patient wants, what satisfies your patient. So this is what my take would be. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. I mean, it's so aptly said that robo is still crawling in our city, but in other cities, it is not like that. So also, I mean, the strategies have to be taken, the geographical location-wise. That is also very important for the healthcare worker, healthcare leaders to remember. I will go directly to somebody who is called the Badrinath of this part of the country. You know that the Badrinath of Shankar Nethralaya, for us, it's Dr. Devashish Bhattacharya, who is a very dear Dada to all of us. And also, Dr. Devashish Bhattacharya is the founder of Disha Eye Care. And now, Richa Madam has already announced that he is also very much into a multi-specialty hospital. That's why my question is very clear, that is there any concept of smart marketing for single specialty HCO, or the innovative strategies are easier to be implemented in multi-specialty hospital only? Because now you are in the foray of both the things, so you will be able to tell us that which one is easier or both of the same, or maybe multi-specialty has got an advantage of mingling all these things together.
Well, Dr. Shankar, I do understand where this question is coming from, because it comes from the flourish of the eye care chains that probably the multi-speciality hospitals are looking at. And essentially, I think Richa said we always look forward to what is that the patient wants when we think of marketing our services to our patients. But I think, you know, we can a little rephrase the question, at least in Disha, that's what we try to do, is we try and understand what is the patient willing to pay for. I think if you ask a patient about, you tell a patient about an intervention, the next question that follows, doctor, how much is it going to cost? Without even asking the outcomes. So essentially, let us see, I mean, what is that the patient spends? What are the costs to the patient to acquire a medical service? Well, first is the transport. Second is the somebody accompanying him, the number of visits to the hospital, the wait to acquire that, to get the service. So all this are other costs beyond the actual cost of the treatment. So first, like, how close is your hospital? Now, eye care institutions, the uptime is very small. The cost is, it's low ticket. So we can have 20 branches, which of course for Fortis is perhaps a big challenge. So getting into the community is a different ball game altogether. For us, and proximity and the other thing, like there are many hospitals which are very visible. So because healthcare, to be in the mind space of the patients, I think it's important that, you know, you can't advertise really. You have no reason to advertise. So essentially the building structure should be such or should be so visible, it's worth spending on that. And if we come to the patient side, again, if we say what are the patients willing to pay for, I think the first thing that they're willing to pay for is good doctors. So we follow that very strongly. And the second thing is probably they're willing to pay for transparency. Because I think there is a general apprehension amongst patients that, you know, something may not be that expensive, but the gross perception is that it's expensive. Like we have only registration fees, so to say. I mean, our OPD consultation costs 200 rupees. So we invite the patient, it's an open invitation to the patients to walk into the hospital. And generally, patient would end up spending 700 to 800 rupees, which to our calculation, you know, if you go by the GDP and to the level that we percolate, is a 1 day per capita of the demography that you're working with. And our cost for cataract surgery would be 1 month per capita, which is a fair price. So I think pricing our services, shadowing Fortis, would not be the best practice. I think we need to work out our costs and find out the sweet spot, because they are looking for these things. And transparency, we've been talking systems all through. I think systems are perhaps the most important things to transparency, because that is something which can really give transparency. Coming to the real question that you asked is, what is different in a multi-speciality space? Well, that it is very different, because essentially a patient in eye will see less. So the symptom is very obvious, and we are we have made that niche. You have to go to an eye doctor or an eye hospital. So all that matters is to have this area covered in the mind space of the patient. But in case of a multi-speciality, I think the problems and the patient's symptoms are so varied that they go to the immediate care providers are so widespread. If you really have to develop a network with them and, you know, facilitate and, you know, rapport with them, I think it's an entirely different marketing exercise, which we are trying to understand and learn over the time.
So aptly said. I will rather tell, I mean, Dr. Vishnu is over here. He will support me. In eye care, is a very different kind of story. The patient experience is too good, fabulous. I mean, if we go for an audit for an eye care hospital, you will never see any bad comment about the hospital services. Patient experience, patient satisfaction is too high, because possibly the reason is they had cataract. The moment cataract is removed, again the world comes back to them. And that is the difference between having an eye care setup and the multi-specialty, which has got multifaceted problems. It's not even a single problem. So patient excellence actually vary. I will go to now my dear brother, friend, who is the Chief Clinical Excellence Officer of one of the trustee hospital in this part of the country, dedicated for the cancer care, that is Saroj Gupta Institute of Cancer Center. And Abhimanyu Vishnu is also a very senior NABH assessor, principal assessor rather. Abhimanyu, my question, because of you are associated with NABH, you are associated with a trustee hospital. So how corporate social responsibility helped you to align a balance between good clinical care, which you call GCP, and profitability?
Thank you, Shankoda. And I'd like to thank ET Business Consulting for giving me this opportunity to sit with some of the most distinguished healthcare leaders of Calcutta. I'll divide the question into two parts, profitability and the other part was?
Corporate social
No,
responsibility.
the third part was?
Your question
balance
is social
between-
responsibility and balance between GCP and profitability.
So when you look at profitability and when you look at patient care, these are different in the context of different hospitals. I spent nearly 15 years of my life in corporate hospitals. I'm all for the corporate sector. I currently work in a hospital which is semi-philanthropic or philanthropic. A majority of our patients come from Shastro Shati. We do have a fair amount of discounts. I can't divulge the exact amounts of how much, though the balance sheets are audited in the public domain. So the ballgame here, the paradigm here is very different as opposed to a corporate hospital or even a semi-corporate hospital. So, and our tariffs are on an average at least 30 to 40% lower than the market. We give a fair amount of discounts. So the question is how to balance, how do we pump in that amount of funds which is needed to sustain the hospital. And I think this is a challenge that not only our hospital, but any non-government hospital, whether it's CMC Vellore or Gangaram or any other hospital that runs on essentially a non-profit model faces. So therein comes the question of corporate social responsibility, which has helped us to a large extent. Now, when I talk of profitability, in the context of our hospital, I cannot really talk of profitability. I will talk of sustainability. Every penny that we kind of save or earn or so-called profit has to go back into the system, because as per our charter, we are a society registered under the West Bengal Societies Act, so therefore we cannot use it for profit making. So that is a question of profitability. Coming to good clinical care or good patient experience, that is again different. The context is again different based on type of hospital. So if you walk into our hospital tomorrow, you may not expect a very wonderful 5-star ambience, but I would assure you that you would find good clinical care, because the vision of the founder, Dr. Swaraj Gupta, who was one of the leading oncologists, not only in this part of the country, but in this in the subcontinent rather, and Dr. Shankar Singh would know because he is with Chittaranjan, and there was a time when only Chittaranjan and Swaraj Gupta were the oncology providers in this part of the country. People used to come to us from as far off as Delhi and other places. Things have changed. We have competition in the market, but then we cater to a different segment altogether. And therefore comes the question of subsistence. How do we survive given that we provide substantially lower? And I can speak from personal experience because my father was a patient in this very hospital in 2017. He passed away, that's a different story, but what I got was a fundamentally good service. So there comes the question of corporate social responsibility. We are fortunate from the very beginning, the inception of the hospital, to have support from luminaries across India, both at the individual level and at the organized level. So if you look at our main hospital building, it was inaugurated by Mrs. Indira Gandhi in the year of 1982. So various people over decades have supported the growth of this organization because they have felt that such an initiative was needed. Over the years, over the last few decades, a lot of corporates like Coal India, like ONGC, Indian Oil, Petronet, Pishi Chandro, to name a few, just a few, have helped us immensely with support, because to run a hospital of this nature, you need support from all sections of society, and that was the very intent with which Dr. Swaraj Gupta had opened this hospital. He had gone, in fact, my father tells me that he had gone to people, where I stay, the place is called Behala, and that's a southern locality of Calcutta. He had gone to every household asking for support for starting that hospital. So that intent is still there. We depend on support, but now it is slightly more.
But still, for the sustainability, for you maybe profitability may not be that important.
For
but still for
yes.
the sustainability, you need to have some kind of resources,
definitely,
some kind of influx of money, some kind of spending. So you have to make a balance between the good clinical practice and the sustainability.
Definitely.
How do you do that?
So basically, there are any hospital would have revenue channels. One of them is, of course, our patient revenue channels, which I say it is 30 to 40% lower than the market. However, we do have a good flow of cash patients. We have around 30 to 40% of cash patients, which are again discounted compared to the market. We do have a fair amount of support from corporates, like we mentioned, and any capital purchase. So if you look at a hospital, most of the capex of the hospital has been built with support from corporates. I've named the corporates already. So whether it's a Linac variant, which is probably a very high-end machine. Just 2 days back, we got our eBus machine, right? So eBus is quite a high-end, we didn't have that earlier, and we had to send the patient elsewhere for treatment. Whether it's our TPS, a treatment planning system, whether it's a CT scan, and other high-end machines, and also not so high-end, but mundane things like patient Fowler beds, etc., or even lifts. We have support from corporate. How does it operate? There's a wish list that we make at the beginning of the year. I'm, of course, only 6 months old in the organization, so I'm talking from whatever I've seen in the 6 months. Okay. There's a wish list that's made in the beginning of the year based on the need. There's a need assessment, right?
So, end of the day, actually, it is the balance you have to make.
Between what is required.
Between whatever you have.
Probably a robot may not make
cut your coat according to your needs.
Exactly. Probably a robot may not make too much of sense in our hospital because we will not make a profit on that.
Now I will go to somebody whom I call leader of the leaders in healthcare in this part of the country. Mr. Rupak Borua, everybody knows him in the city, possibly the most learned, knowledgeable healthcare leader in our time. So Rupak, did I miss anything in the first part? Because at the end of the day, as a corporate healthcare leader, you have to look at profitability, whether it is true or, I mean, it's true, and whether you like it or don't like it. So, considering that, did I miss anything? So, for you, the question is very simple. That other than the points discussed as of now, what are the other factors, in your opinion, that drive the profitability of a hospital? We have talked about social responsibility, we have talked about the patient excellence, patient experience. We have also talked about the other the technological evolutions, etc.
Thank you, Dr. Shankar. Yes, as we are talking about profitability, yes, in a corporate sector, profitability is one that it's like oxygen. Without oxygen, we cannot live. So, without profit, no healthcare sector can survive. It's a question of survival. It's a question of sustainability. Whoever you are, whatever segment of hospitals you are working, whether it's a CSR activity you are doing, it's a semi-philanthropic, philanthropic, whatever, but there is some way you need some funding. Otherwise, you will not be able to survive because you will have to create a surplus what you can plow back for development, because you are committed to society, you are committed to the community, so you will have to survive, you will have to go on giving better service to the patient with better technology, better clinical outcomes. So all those things would like to happen, provided you have the profit at the last level. So we call it a surplus maybe, you will have to create surplus. Now, there are many other ways, yes. One thing we need to understand, whoever we are all working in a healthcare space, that is one thing we need to understand, that profit or profitability of the hospital is actually the outcome. Is the outcome actually, is the ultimately end of the day you will find that whatever you are doing, if you are doing good work, your profit will be higher side. If you are not doing semi-work, the semi-profitability you will have to have. So that is the one part. The many of the things actually sometimes we miss in healthcare. There is a optimizing this what we call it RCM, means your revenue cycle management. This is a revenue cycle management. There is a revenue cycle actually. Sometimes somehow maybe we ignore, but that is one very important part. That is a revenue cycle management. If you can make properly or optimize, then you will be able to survive. You can make real kind of a profit. Means your efficient billing, efficient your data collection as well. It's very important because ultimately end of the day you give lot of interest. So sometimes we see that some of the corporates outstanding is 3 months, 6 months, 8 months, but that you are incurring huge kind of your interest. So that is extremely important, a very efficient kind of a billing system in the process. Yes, of course, you will be able to manage it. You will have to be extremely innovative. Many new initiatives you will have to introduce in the system. Means your maybe new specialized care, maybe wellness clinic, so that people are attracted to you, people will look for your services, and more of the patients if you can bring in the system, yes, end of the day, more profitability, more optimizing of the system. One of the major area of concern, some of the corporate hospitals, is the cost control. We call it a strategic cost control. That is a lot many, during our operation theater process or cath lab process, sometimes we waste lot of your consumables and all. So proper utilizations of the consumables, proper your inventory management, your proper kind of a negotiation with the vendor, all these things will create, we say, make up the profitability. So if you are earning 1 rupee, you will, end of the day, you will find there is a 1 rupee is straight away is going to the profitability. I mean, over and above your whatever you are doing. Now, there are other ways also you can do many things, that is your, even the quality control, quality care. It is going to reduce drastically your operational expenses. That is whatever way you talk about. And that can create a lot of profitability as well. And like your NABH, like your JCI, these are the quality accreditation also gives you a lot of support, because in government sector and all, many ways you will be able to, you will get or negotiate better kind of a price. And last but not the least actually is efficiently you will have to reach out to the community. That is the branding, social media, all those areas actually we need to work out, so that more you can reach out to the community, more cost effective branding effectiveness if you can create, then less cost, more you are reaching, and more patient you are bringing into the system can create better kind of a profitability for a hospital.
Rupak, Mr. Rupak Borua has aptly said that is, you have to reach out to the community. If I tell you, just remind you, the McKinsey's report, last 2 decades, more number of 60% beds, new beds have been added to the healthcare sector who are private healthcare sectors, not the government healthcare sector. That means private healthcare sector has been now also responsible for the community. Yesterday, Dr. Devi Shetty has told that it is the middle class people for whom the private healthcare sector have to work, and how to work for it. That is also important, because we are there, the accreditation bodies, to help you to excel in the clinical excellence. But beyond that, because you have to at the same time look out at your profitability, so that you can give the payment to your staff. You can give the appraisal to your staff and give the increment. So that is the real problem. You are buying a new equipment, you are buying robotics equipment, but at the same time you are buying MR Linac, you are buying a kind of proton therapy, but at the end of the day, it is being done for whom? For the mass of this country. It's not actually for only the people like only the upper strata. And then remember, the problem lies over there, that you have to, you're increasing cost of the electricity, you're increasing cost of the conveyance, everything matters. Your land cost for making a new hospital, the greenfield hospital, matters. So somewhere or other, I'm coming to that point that it is a very, very, I can say, a smart ball game, that to manage both the shows, to reach out to the community, to do the clinical excellence, at the same time to look at the profitability. I would go for Bappadita Mukhopadhyay. This is the rapid round where I would require your answer to be restricted in 1 minute or 1.5 minutes only. That if you go to Manipal UDP, I was there as a principal assessor long back, the mission and vision will really move you. Now, this kind of hospital, because Bappadita is coming from Manipal group of hospitals, he was there as a chief, I think, medical services, right? So, what are the strategies you will formulate to balance between the quality actually delivered by you and the so-called mission and vision of your hospital? Because you have to remember at the back of the day, the profitability part as well.
I will, at the outset, I will pick up Rupak sir's two words. One is efficiency, and the second thing is surplus or profitability. Now, to get that surplus or profitability, it has, any healthcare organization for that matter has to run efficiently. What might be the strategies, to implement that? Whatever I have seen, undergone, I will try to, give some of the examples out of that. First and foremost is, how to maximize the revenue within your, within the ethical practices. How can you do that? As sir has told in the previous discussion, first and foremost, you need to, diversify your, different streams, different specialties, which actually, different components are there, like cardiology, oncology. You can focus on that. You can, start a wellness program. Or the second thing is how you most efficiently run the system. So optimize your bed utilization, optimize your OPD scheduling so that the time and allotment and the resources are properly managed. Third thing is, what you need to do is you need to see some new way outs. Like, if these days, with the help of the advent of the new technologies and equipments, can we shift some of the regular hospital work to the daycare or, the short stay sort of components, like, regular cardiology procedures, or might be daycare surgeries, might be onco chemotherapies. And then another important issue is, what are your, insurance components, insurance related tie-ups? Can you negotiate and bargain on that particular part? This was some of the revenue maximization strategies. Some of the cases, like, how do you optimize the operational costs? So in that, first and foremost thing is that, on the supply chain, which is the supply line of your hospital, how can you optimize by doing a proper vendor negotiation, by doing a proper, identification of the items which is effective as well as very much cost-wise heavy also. Second thing is, in the previous panel, it was in detail discussed, how do we reduce the regular other related costs like HVAC, how we can utilize the solar power, how we can utilize the different other new technological advances which will eventually reduce our day-to-day costs. Another important thing is the concepts of lean management. If you, you incorporate some of the lean concepts, wherein you reduce the mundane things like, more and more paper utilizations, unnecessary wastages in different unusual components, which can be directly shifted to the digital component. Those things actually helps.
Yes. You're right, absolutely right. Actually, lean management actually plays a major role for today's healthcare. And I will go for the next question to, Richa madam. That you are having an organization which is one of the nodal organization of this country. You are going to have, you are having the NABH and the JCI accreditation pressure. And also, at the same time, you have to show the positive P&L balance sheet. So how it is possible? Any innovative ideas, some more innovative ideas you can just suggest to the august audience that that can balance between P&L balance sheet and as well as the real the real approach of the healthcare to the people, and without just doing simple cost cutting. Simple cost cutting is not going to solve this problem. That must be understood by this time. To the august audience, it has to be something more which will help you to manage both the show.
See, I think cost cutting is a myth. Okay, the term is actually cost optimization, and in a country like India, where so much of population is underserved, the key is that serve as many as possible. Every hospital today, if you look at the country level, the occupancies of hospitals are not beyond 60, 62, 64, 68. So at one point where we are actually saying that there are not enough number of beds available, and right at that point in time, we are also saying that the private hospitals, which is the maximum number of suppliers of the bed, has an occupancy of 60, 62%, it is a fallacy. And that is where The point is that we actually need to work on the cost elasticity. You would know that when you look at your P&L, most of your costs are actually fixed cost. And the biggest cost is manpower cost. So if your one nurse is there, and if the nurse to bed ratio has to be in ward 1:6, then if you have only 3 patients to be taken care, then actually you're not utilizing your manpower to its complete. That's one part of it. Second thing, I think in the previous session, we spoke about a lot of ESG initiatives. So power is almost good 2% of your total overall top line, right? If you're able to save the power, it directly goes into your bottom line. Third thing I would talk about is your consumption. Consumption is good 27% of 100 rupees that you're earning. If you are efficient in using the items that you're using, again, somewhere that drive of Make in India does make sense to me, right? So we spoke about, Dr. Vishnu said about, we might not have a robo, but you can jolly well have a robo because, Make in India, mantra is available today on the rental model, right? And I think your hospital would have the maximum number which can actually drive, you can have those robo surgery at the much more optimized cost level. So that's a possibility. We don't have to really do the cost cutting and more we have to be cautious that it should not imply that we are also compromising on quality. So keeping the quality impact, stretching the cost to the cost elasticity, I think there is a possibility that you can make profit. It's just that in healthcare, ye dil mange more doesn't work. You need to decide that you need to have as much that you can sustain your organization and you are keeping your investors happy. That's about it.
Oh, thank you, ma'am. It's a real cost optimization which really matters. And it reminded me of one real story. I mean, she was telling that you don't have to always, you can have the Made in India robo. And this is true. And the first Indian-made linear accelerator for cancer therapy has come up from Pan Asia. And I was fortunate, I was the first hospital which, did it in Ahmedabad hospital. And I was the principal assessor for NABH. After our accreditation, next day, all the hoardings showed the Prime Minister and other leaders, and they told this is the first time it has come to Ahmedabad, which is made in India, which helped the ruling party to win the election like anyway. So this is the true factor. And true fact, I just wanted to tell you. So I would just go for now Abhimanyu, I think. No, Devashizda. Now I think it is cost optimization will take the term. But what do you think? I mean, according to you, what are the main constraints between a quality healthcare and the profitability? What are the main constraints? And particularly, I would request you to put a light in both single specialty as well as multiple specialty. That will be helpful for the people who are coming from the single specialty over here to understand.
There is a perception that low cost is low quality. But contrary to that, we understand it that cost is the first step to quality. As Richa said, we must be getting deeper into, penetrating deeper into the requirements of the community at large. And if we have, so cost is the first step to quality, but eventually quality is something which improves cost. So in the multi-speciality domain, we are on the web across 20 hospitals. We are fairly streamlined on the entire systems. So generally, grossly speaking, we are totally paperless in our eye care chain. We almost deliver 10,000 services every day across these hospitals. So, but coming to the multi-speciality space, I think the organization has promised itself that we will not take in the first patient unless we become paperless. Because systems are one thing which eliminate noise, which reduces hierarchy, which takes out all fat in the organization, keeps it lean, functional, and and if the ultimate point, we must realize that there are 3 service providers in the country. One, the government, which is a welfare, and the service provider is an obligatory organization. The second is the NGOs, which have to depend on external funding, as we heard. And the third is the private players, where we are attending aspirations. So, I mean, well, a welfare client of yesterday has to become aspirational in the process, and we have to get closer. As we get closer, we get them in our bucket. And as everybody agreed that occupancy rates in private institutions have been a challenge, the economies of scale have been a challenge. And so I think cost efficiency is something we must be absolutely focusing on.
Thank you. Thank you. Abhimanyu, I think both of us, who are working with not-for-profit organization or government organization, they have to overcome the resource constraint. To be truthful, we have sometimes the limited staff in terms of particularly nursing staff and funds. So how do you enhance the patient experience in a resource constraint setup? As you know, with lot of difficulty, I made just NABL audit completed in my hospital and NABH entry level, but not even the final level. And the same thing happen to your institute. You know that they were with entry level for many years, because first assessment was done by me, and then finally they have got, I think under your help, they got the final accreditation. So my question is very simple. How we are going to manage the show with the resource constraint setup, where you have to look after the patient's experience as well?
A very apt question, and as Dr. Shain Gupta said very correctly, both of us are in the same boat. It's a classical catch-22 situation. On the one hand, you have limited resources. On the other hand, you have to serve your clientele. And believe me, serving a Shastro Shati clientele is not very different from serving a corporate clientele. They do have a set of demands which you have to live up to, and I do have people walking into my room and saying, ye nahi hua, wo nahi hua, kyun nahi hua? So that thing happens to us also. One thing that we have been able to look at it is not a constraint, let's call it optimization. For a hospital of 200 beds, having 800 staff, I think is optimal stuff. I've worked in corporates where the staff to bed ratio was 1:5, 1:6, 1:5.5, which I think is fairly liberal given to the standards. We work on substantially lesser stuff, and I think having less stuff is not, having comparatively less stuff is not a bad thing, provided you know how to use them. I won't use the word use because that sounds exploitative. Let's utilize them actually. So one key word here is multitasking. If I take my role, for example, I was heading the quality function for a corporate chain of hospitals in the eastern region. I shifted to an admin role, which involves quality, yes, it involves administration, medical admin, operations, maintenance, housekeeping, laundry, branding, marketing, and I forget what else actually. So I multitask. The keyword is multitask, and so do many of us. One thing that we do, one thing that our management has ensured, that there is a management round every day. So everyone, including me, the MS, the medical administrator, the NS, the NA, all of us are on the rounds, and we talk to the patients one-to-one. Let's call it the bottom of the pyramid approach, where we talk to the patients, find out the actual problems. I personally interact with patients. It's very simple things like cancer is basically a multi-etiological thing. You know, it's not only about the disease; it's about the perception. So it's things like, have you had your food today? Were you able to sleep? How are your symptoms today? It's the mental, as Madam said, as Shopna Madam said, in cancer, even music, cognition, these have important roles to play. So the very fact of people talking to you on a daily basis has had a positive approach on patients. And one thing that has really helped us is the NABH accreditation, because it has helped us to realign our processes. One thing that we are reworking on is our patient experience of feedback.
And that is why I believe that even resource constraint organization can do good quality services to the patient, provided you first start with the low-hanging fruits.
That's what we have done actually.
Those are the approach. How to you can go for the patient excellence slowly, and getting NABH accreditation is not a very difficult task. In fact, that's why I'm telling that many of the government hospitals now going and applying for this, and in future you will see they are also doing that quality job. But yes, the strategy and the things will be different. One of the major thing he has uttered, that is multitasking. You have to make the staff doing the multitasking, otherwise it is difficult.
Also, the cost optimization in terms of purchase processes, etc., which has come about as a result of NABH accreditation. So we have taken that seriously.
So now we have come to the last part of this discussion, and the last question will go for Rupakda. Now we have understood that a lot of tools will be required for efficient services. If you just look at the patient care, patient excellence, at the same time, clinical excellence at the same time, if you want to do more community service, reach out to the community, you have to eventually use the tools like personalized digital engagement, telemedicine, real-time communication platforms, and AI, which have been already discussed over here in the previous discussion. Now, your comments on it.
Yes, Shankar, that whatever we have discussed now, that is, we are talking about the digital transformation. Yes, see, digital transformation not only is in the healthcare, it is across all the industry, everywhere, whether you name finance, bank, everywhere. But more actually that what we could see, there is a post your COVID situation, more digital transformation we are talking about. And all these terms actually is absolutely is effective in terms of better patient experience and clinical outcomes. These are the two areas which is the most important parameter which can create what we are all talking about, what are the subject for discussion, that is we'll be able to reach in terms of satisfying patients and satisfying the organization in terms of profitability. So the digital is a platform actually we are talking about. How you are going to use it, that is each and everyone is individually, everybody we are working out how best way possible we can introduce this digital transformation in our day-to-day hospital operations and in terms of your financial excellence. These are the two areas we are talking about. All these you are mentioning about this, your real-time communication. These are all the patient satisfaction, because we are all working right now for patient experience, patient journey. It's a big word today, and we are all thriving on this one part, that's a patient experience. If we can make a patient happy, if we can create a proper kind of a clinical outcomes out of the situation, then we will be able to make the organization is a more profitable, more viable, and more sustainable in the long run. Now, digital transformation, as we are talking, or AI, whatever we are doing it individually, we are doing it in many ways. Patient is, of course, one area that we are also more using the digital transformation, that is in terms of reducing your average length of stay of the patient. If the operational excellence, if you have, through this your digital intervention for your diagnostic, proper kind of a diagnostic, accurate diagnostic tool, accurate patient communication, this your real-time communication, continuous basis you are monitoring the patient, you will be able to reduce the number of day of the stay of the patient. Ultimately, end of the day, your patient will be satisfied, and more beds you are creating so that more patients you can take, and ultimately we can look for the profitability. So digital transformation, this now you are talking about your what we are calling about telemedicine, tele-reaching, and see the district part, I mean more of this in the rural areas actually. There is a lot many your medical support system is available. More is in the urban sector. Now if we can reach out without much of cost, much of expense, much of hassle actually, if we can get more number of patients, that is only the telemedicine that we can take to the community in the deeper level, district level that we can create. So in many ways we can take this your digital initiatives in terms of patient experience, in terms of clinical outcomes, and end of the day ultimately we'll be able to reach out whatever the discussion today for survival, that is a profitability.
Thank you, Rupakda. I mean, all of you had an extremely good and fruitful discussion by the unique leaders of the healthcare. sustainability is important for any healthcare organization. Profitability is important for any healthcare organization, but patient excellence you cannot forget. You cannot forget that you have to reach out to the community. Either it is through the hub and spoke or whatever model. But yes, doing that, Dr. Debashish Bhattacharya has put up a point, and which is to be remembered. Maybe government can play also a major role to help the private healthcare organization getting the land at a low cost. Yesterday only the chief minister of the state has announced she will give a cutting, electricity cost cutting, she will start. And if that things can be applied for the hospitals, healthcare organization, private healthcare organization, they will do much better, because those are the places they have to spend a lot of money, and those money will be channeled out to for the government, from government to the private healthcare sector, and that will help for them to do more CSR activity. CSR activity will help the most of the Indian population to get the state-of-art treatment. It is not possible only for the government to act. As I told you, number of beds are increasing in the private sector. Private sector also have to look at the occupancy of the hospital. So putting everything together, it is really a good navigation between or among the profitability and the corporate social responsibility and the patient excellence. Thank you all. Before going for the question and answer session, I would like to thank all my panelists from the core of my heart. Give a big hand to all of them. So any questions?
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Shubhrajyoti Bhaumik from KPC Medical College Hospital. My question is to Dr. Richa ma'am is regarding profitability, especially in West Bengal, we have a big question of how the doctors should be handled, whether it should be an in-house model or you allow the consultants to, not be on the payroll. What is your take on this? Do you think that if the healthcare workers, especially the doctors, if they are on the payroll, does it improve profitability? Or if they are allowed to be a pay fee for service, is that a profitable model?
So I would say there's no set model, there's no tailor-made thing which fits all. It is the individual choice of the doctors, right? Personally, if you ask me, doctors are entrepreneur in their own way, right? They are the one, patients are coming for them. So this has been a long, discussion. I think we have discussed it in past as well, that who brings patient, whether it is the doctor or the hospital. I always say it's a combined effort, right? Because without doctors, hospital is just the brick and mortar, right? Even a hotel can be called hospital if doctors starts to sit there. So doctors make all the difference. Now, I have kind of interacted with the doctors very closely for last 26 years that I'm running the hospital, and every doctor has a very different mindset like any other individual, right? So let's leave the profession aside. Today, if you ask me, I might be happy getting a fixed amount and come do my work, see patients and go back home. I might have desire that if I say 10 patients, I should be earning 1,000 rupees, but if I see 20 patients, I may be earning 2,000 rupees. So that's completely on the doctor again. I would like to go for a holiday, right? And I might not get paid for that. So that's a fee-for-service model. So today, if you see in industry, all kind of model exist. That's around the payment. But if you ask me personally that what should be the attachment model, I do believe in more of a full-time model. Reason being, there is a continuity of care. As a patient, I have kind of have experienced it, and I'm sure many of you have experienced it, that আজকে কোথায় আজকে উনি ওখানে বসছেন, কালকে কোথায় বসবেন আপনি ডাক্তার সাহেব আমি ওখানে আপনি আমাকে ওখানে পাবেন. But if the doctor is there more as an institutional practice where you're there in the morning and you're there till night, right? Then patient can come anytime and you're available for them. Either you're available or somebody from your team is available. Right? So that I think that is something to do with the clinical quality. He can also or she can also invest in academics. They can also be involved in training the people. So then it truly becomes an institution. So in terms of the financial model, the way doctor likes it and what works for the institution, that is something which one should go for. In terms of attachment, preferably a full-time model.
Thank you, because there's a lot of confusion, especially in health, in Eastern India, because, there are chains, of course, Manipal is on that panel here, Because across the country, people want to have a full-time model, but in West Bengal, we think that that probably does not work, that model does not work. And sometimes we burn our fingers trying to bring that model in West Bengal, because sometimes we believe West Bengal doesn't operate that way. I think Dr. Debashish Bhattacharya wanted to add to what you were saying, so if he could add
So
as well.
I'll just quickly add one more point to it. See, it's not about, I'll tell you, East is still very much institutional model, right? The most hop-on, hop-out model is Maharashtra, Bombay, okay? So I think in Calcutta, there's still a lot of institutional doctors who practice this way. But now I would kind of hand it over to Dr. Devashish to have his views.
Yeah, doctor.
Yeah, I'll just share what we do. See, the starting point is whether the hospital has abundant or the necessary footfalls. So that's the starting point. If you have the patients, then I think, or, create the cloud. Like Indigo started with 10 aircrafts, but they always said that they are a 100 aircraft airline. So essentially, there has to be something prospective for the doctor. In our hospital, we have a salary, but we incentivize doctors on everything, And what we follow, why we like the digital platform so much, we follow the brand of the doctor, like how many asked for him and how many actually were actually given by the hospital. So then how much, there is a standard intervention advice ratio. Like if you see 10 patients, you advise a cataract. So if you are trigger happy, the intervention ratio or the compliance goes down and your advices go up. So these are all conversed by doctors only, like we don't let anybody but a doctor, and that conversation is strictly based on data. So like no hard feelings, this is where you need to improve. So I think this is a good practice. We have fair success with this.
Okay. It's a very interesting discussion actually, because this is this debate is going on for quite some time, particularly in this part of country actually, where how it is making, full-time basis. Yes, what Richa is saying, this is extremely important for care continuity. It's a full-time base is the ultimate one. This is a mindset actually. All our doctors you were talking about, yes, of course, little bit of mindset, though it is changing with the new generation of the doctors. But yes, this is a old generation, little bit of the mindset we have. No, I will be attached with 5 places. But to make it, again, we are talking about the profitability and the viability of the hospitals. So one thing we need to make it considered is it's a combination of full-time and the part-time. That is the best part. Gradually, suppose in one department, in the cardiac department, maybe there are 5 or 7 cardiologists if you have to maintain your better kind of a patient flow. So maybe 3 consultants can be a full-time, 2 consultants can be a part-time. So some of the specialty where you have more of the patient's flow, then it can be a full-time base, and some of the patients, is suppose not very, very frequent you are getting, maybe some kind of your reconstructive surgery, or some of the specialty which is not getting many number of cases, that you can make it as a part-time basis. So it's a combined model, a combination of
proper
both part-time and full-time. And you will have to match it as per your requirement.
Right. Any other question?
Next question over here.
My question again to Mrs. Devigupta ma'am. You said about concept of cost elasticity, ma'am, which should be dependent on the level of occupancy. But how do you achieve a cost elasticity in terms of HR cost? Specifically HR, ma'am, if you could kindly guide.
So you would realize that, your cost, which is around 25%, is manpower cost, okay? A significant portion, I'm not getting into the breakup of that, goes on to the consultants and the administrative staff and the CEOs and few people who support them in terms of CFO and your nursing head, medical head, and so on and so forth. So if I look at the manpower cost, where the doctors are paid fixed, please understand whether during his round, whether he's seeing the 10 patient or whether he's seeing 25 patients would make a lot of a difference, right? Because each patient, say for example, is contributing a lakh rupees as an inpatient bill, right? So 10 lakh or 25 lakh, that's the direct, because the first care provider for you is the doctor, right, in terms of clinical pathway. Second thing is, as I gave the nursing example, that if a nurse, where the nurse to patient ratio is 6 patient, 1 nurse in the ward, if she is just looking after 4 patients, then obviously 20-30% of her clinical time or the nursing time is idle, right? That's the second part of it. Third thing, which is very important, is the introducing technology. Okay, so all the work which actually be done by technology. So for example, that I'll give you a very basic example. Somewhere Dr. Shankar said that, you know, getting the nurses, qualified nurses, is a problem, and it's a universal problem, accept the fact. So what we realize in our wards are that when they press the nursing call bell, right, and that is also the level of satisfaction or dissatisfaction, that I pressed it twice, still nobody came. I pressed it 10 minutes back, but the nurse has not come. You would realize that if you do a study, almost 60% of the time, the patient is calling for non-nursing activities. You know, my food which you had left it, I wanted to have it later, has got cold. I'm feeling cold, I need one more blanket, right? I've soiled my dress, I need to be taken to the bathroom, I need to be given bedpan. So a lot of work is also related to housekeeping, food services, maintenance, and so on and so forth. So what we have done is, we have introduced a technology wherein you have you have to just scan the number and press basis that. So if it is a maintenance issue, it will go to the maintenance head. If it is a housekeeping issue, it will go to housekeeping. And you would see that almost 20-30% of your activities which nursing were doing, non-nursing, actually converts into that. So these are the ways that how you kind of optimize. The earlier example was for the manpower cost elasticity.
But ma'am, the example that you gave right now, what I understand is this will free up, as they say in Kaizen, Muri and Muda, of work for work, you free up the for work.
Absolutely.
So there's time available. But when we talk of cost elasticity,
the earlier examples were for cost elasticity. When I spoke about a doctor seeing 10 patients or 25 patients, a nursing attending to 4 patients or 6 patients, that's the cost elasticity, HR cost elasticity.
So the support service sunk cost is something that we cannot optimize. The only way is through growth and development, right, ma'am?
So as you said, that if you increase the occupancy, the captive cost that you have in terms of your fixed cost, that can actually be stretched, and that is what is called HR cost elasticity.
Thank you.
Okay. One more question.
Okay, one more question.
Yeah. I would like to ask that question, if you don't mind. Yeah, I'd like to ask you a question as an outsider to the healthcare business. There's this literature on the supposed truth behind healthcare in India. Now, in this literature, there are staggering stories of supposed over-testing, over-diagnosis, patients being subjected to tests only for, quote, revenue targets and utilization targets. Machines are there, they have to be utilized, revenue, there has to be a desired revenue, and there's the target. And there's patients that do not require tests that are being forced into a battery of tests. So a couple of things, as an outsider over here. First of all, is any of this true? If it is true, wow, that's shocking. But if it is not true, and if it's all hogwash, then how is it possible that we have literature such as this that is tarnishing the healthcare industry?
Well, I'll give it to somebody else to answer, but I certainly feel that I have come to a show where nation wants to know.
See, the question that you ask, on the other hand, you would find a host of literature saying evidence-based medicine, right? Now, where is the evidence? The evidence are on tests, right? So, essentially, one thing I cannot agree, I mean, though I have not entered the multi-speciality space, I don't understand why a hospital lab cost is more than what is available in the high street. I don't understand why consumables in a store and a consumable in a hospital should be different. So these are things which become so obvious because the patient has done a HbA1c at least 16 times in his life. Now, if that costs twice, that is where these conversations start from.
I would
you
rather
know?
just end up over here. That is, lot of things also depend on the government. The consumable costs are higher because a lot of taxes are over there. And actually, you know that it's good that 30 chemotherapy agents have been now tax-free. It will really help. And at the same time, one thing I'm telling, you cannot be both ways. You are asking evidence-based medicine. At the same time, you are asking doctor not to give the test, or we almost go back to 1960s, where just looking at the pulse, doctor used to give the medicine. It is not possible. Simply, it is not possible.
See, the thing is, in the era of information and technology and transparency, every step is being monitored by the other party, that is the patient who comes in. And at any point of time, any documentation, any record, why it is for, all these explanations or requirements are officially or unofficially asked. So there is obviously a cross-checking mechanism there in place. So that is there, that actually, if at all it is there, if there is any suspicion, there is a cross-checking mechanism which is also there in the place. So I don't think that is something which has to be very much, pampered and all.
We'll end up, just quick.
I just want to put in a point. There's something that's on the rise called defensive medicine. It's already a phenomenon in the West. Anyone who's faced a hospital medical legal case would know that it is, in addition to a doctor's notes, it is the quality of investigations that will save you in the court. So it's one phenomenon that we as 21st century healthcare providers cannot escape. And I think this phenomenon of rising investigations are here to stay. So there's no way we can really escape from that.
Okay, thank you. I think no more
say
questions.
that, but yes.
See, a lot of conversation can happen, and Rupak and I were laughing that this topic itself, next time you can choose for the conference. Okay, so it's that large a conversation. But no, so just a small point to it, I'll give you, which is more of a factual. See, when you're billing extra or you're doing something which is not required, now insurance company doesn't pay you just like that. Insurance pays, and everybody who's associated with the hospital, they scrutinize the bill like nobody's business. And if you look at that, that's something which they don't agree with you, that why did you do that? That is called deduction. So for any corporate hospital, I don't know, I'm at least talking on our behalf, the deduction is to the tune of 1.8 to 2%. Okay, which I feel is a very, very minuscule percentage to decide whether it was required or not required. And insurance people, the actuary, the health officers who are sitting there are very well-trained people to scrutinize that. So I think that should answer your question.
So thank you, everybody. Can we have a group photo over here? And then we'll close the session.
In the meantime, everybody gathers. I had a quick question, especially on the profitability front. It's regarding the COPQ, which is cost of poor quality. We all in hospitals encounter a lot of cost for poor quality, the redos, the resurgeries, the readmissions into ICU, and I think a careful screening, especially from social responsibility perspective, financial aspect, and the community impact is very, very important. So I think that's a point which I was wanting to add to the entire thing.
Good points. So thank you all very much to our panelists. Can you please have a round of applause for our panelists for such an engaging and interesting conversation. And we also identified the topic of our next discussion for the next conference. Okay, so our next presentation is from our bronze partner, and thank you so much. The next presentation is from our bronze partner for this initiative, Astral Pipes. Please help me welcome on stage Mr. Rohit Joshi, who is from Astral Pipes, to shed some light on what Astral Pipes has to offer for the hospital industry here, for all of you who are with us this morning. Mr. Rohit Joshi, please, the stage is yours.
presentation, please. Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Rohit Joshi from Astral Pipes. I'm looking after technical sales support Pan India. And today I'm here to discuss about our products which are useful for hospitals, and I will highlight 2-3 important products. We are into the segment of pipings from last 25 years, and I will go through the presentation and will request everyone's attention only for 10 minutes. So basically I was also listening about your discussions. I understood some of the things and I didn't understood some of the things. So in that part I noticed that you were discussing on noise part. So in hospital, noise is also very much important, that noise should not be disturbing different activities which are going into hospital. So I want to highlight few of the products, but before that I will show here the company profile, that we are into this piping field from last 25 years. Our first product was CPVC, and nowadays we are in water supply, drainage, sewerage, water storage solutions, then low noise piping system and all these things. So here I will show ki from raw water to the final disposal point, whatever we need in uh, water supply, water chain management and storage. So we have everything. But here, as a part of medical sector and healthcare summit, I want to show you some of the important products. And firstly, it is silencio. So basically noise is obviously disturbing. When we consider operation theaters, or you were discussing about ICUs, so when water is flushed into the bathroom, it creates the noise. If the water pipe or wastewater pipe flushing lines are passing around the ICUs or around any desired location, we can say like operation theater or cabins in the hospital, it will be disturbing. This is first part, ki noise is one unavoidable thing. Excuse me, hello at the left, please. Can you please reduce your noise? You're talking on phone. Please cooperate for 10 minutes only. So actually, we are having this product. Its name is Silencio, and it is the highest available product in this category in India. This is a polypropylene pipe, and it is having three layers. So here you can see these are the problems. Hospitals contain different type of waste, including sanitary napkins, then medicine waste, blood, or whatever it may be. So it is what we can say, it is causing different type of corrosions and abrasions and different problems. Currently, we were using this kind of cast iron pipes or PVC pipes for that application, and again the problem is there, ki corrosion and different type of noise is there. So we are having this solution. It is 3-layer pipe. You can see here. This is 3-layered and it is polypropylene. Means over the PVC, what we can get, first silent feature we will be getting below 10 decibel is the important level. Secondly, if you are using this pipe, you will get the temperature resistance up to 95 degrees Celsius. So if the boiling water is there or the waste is having certain temperature, that is also beneficial when you are using a silencio pipe. Secondly, I want to highlight one point here, ki in your specifications, the people who are doing architecture or consulting the hospital, it is mentioned from your end ki the pipe should be silent, it should be having this much decibel levels. But at the same time, builders or a person who is going to build that hospital, they are looking only after the cost of that thing. But I want to request you from our end ki what you are proposing, be firm on that, and these are very important products when we consider different medicine and similar pharmaceutical equipments, as well as the things which are getting used in hospital. The infrastructure is also important, and I heard in your discussion as well that the noise is very important part. So these kind of pipes can completely eliminate, once it is installed as per the guideline of the company, can completely eliminate the noise which is coming from flushing of the wastewaters or WCs or whatever it may be. So this was the first product that I want to highlight, and here I can show you some of the hospital names which we have supplied, installed these products. So these are the list of hospitals, some of in Mumbai, some of in Gujarat, and I have list of hospitals in West Bengal and East also, Northeast also, where we have supplied this product. So this is very effective, having very proper sealing, very proper noise reduction, and this can be the best product for hospital for wastewater drainage from different washrooms or urinals, or you can say personal bathrooms of the hospital rooms. Then secondly, this product I want to highlight again, there is one norm coming, and in some of the state government and central government it is compulsory that hospital should be covered with a fire protection. So some of the old hospitals which are not having fire protection, they want to renovate, but hospital cannot be discontinued, or we cannot take a pause in hospital. So this is such kind of product, Fire Pro. This is a PVC product, CPVC product, and it is getting installed by using solvent and very simple method. So you can install this when the patient is lying down on the table, or you can say on the bed. So here I can show you some of the examples of Jivraj Mehta, Sterling, Neuro, NIMS, and Care and Cure Hospital of Ahmedabad, Mumbai, then some part of Surat, Baroda. So see, here you can see the fire pipe is getting installed, but patient is there in ICU. So there is no problem in renovation and in upgradation of the hospital in case of fire when you are going up with the Fire Pro pipes. Then last important product here that I want to highlight is, firstly I told you about Silencio, then second is the Fire Pro is again important when we consider hospital, and third is you can say PEX pipe. So we need water for dialysis application, and in that we have the specified pipe in the plastic category. We cannot use PVC or CPVC for that dialysis water. So only category that mentioned there is PEX A Pro, and Astral is the only company in India that manufacture this PEX A Pro pipes. So PEX A and Multipex, these two are the product lines that are used for what we can say for a dialysis application. And here I am highlighting a PEX pipe which is very flexible in nature. With minimum number of joints we can install it with a dialysis machine and similar instruments. This is very flexible, it is bendable, and it is 100% repairable. Also the maximum temperature range can go up to 95 degrees Celsius. So the highlighting application here is dialysis, but at the same time in the bathrooms and kitchen also this can be used. When we consider hospital, the bathrooms and similar utility areas are very much important. So PEX A Pro can be considered for this. There is no intervention of solvent, cement, lubrication, heating, cooling. These are the machine joints and very neat and clean joints without any leakage. That is guaranteed. It will be coming up without any leakage and similar problems. Then these are the pipes which are getting installed with brass fitting. Brass is very suitable when we consider hygiene and chemical stability in water or similar application. And second option, PPSU is also there. PPSU is a kind of advanced plastic which is used for water supply application to keep the water at its own level, to maintain 100% hygiene, to make the water as it is like. So this is the PEX A Pro. It is available with Astral from last 4-5 years, and we are getting installed in different type of hospital for dialysis mainly. The last is Channel Pro. In hospital, different areas are there where we need to drain the surface water. So surface water is drained by using this Channel Pro. There are different varieties of gratings and varieties of load class areas in that. So Channel Pro is installed in parking areas, in wherever where you want to drain the surface water. So water will run from the surface and it will be properly drained out in that Channel Pro. The product line is having brand name of Channel Pro. These are some of the hospitals here I want to highlight from east or northeast. So you can see almost AIMS Guwahati is there, JSW JIS hospital from Santragachi is there. Then from Kolkata we are having decent hospital. So this is the hospitals where we have already installed our product. It may be Silencio, or it may be Channel Pro, or you can say Pexe Pro in some of the hospitals. So here I want to say ki in plastic category we manufacture all type of pipings, water supply, drainage, chemicals. So whatever you want is in your focus that I have highlighted here. The 4 products are important when we consider healthcare or hospital. Besides that, we are having bathware as well. So bathware, quality bathware we need in hospitals. So that is also our important product. Then we are into chemicals and into paints as well. Means when you consider a hospital building, paint is also important for durability and to sustain all type of seasons throughout the cycle, or you can say year. So paint is also having important segment when we consider hospital buildings. So this is all about from my side. We have a stall, we are sitting there. If you have any question, queries, maybe you are dealing with the natural pipelines which are present in our body. I'm talking about veins and arteries, but we are dealing with the water pipes and similar tubings which are required for water supply and drainage. That is also important when we consider any kind of building or infrastructure. So I will request everyone ki if you have any question, queries, you can visit our stall and we can discuss on whatever the requirements you are having in case of piping with relation with your hospital buildings or similar infrastructure. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Astral Pipes, and thank you very much also for your patronage and helping us make this initiative come together. We'd like to move to our next item on the agenda, which is a presentation from Red Health, Mr. Abhiram Reddy, who was with us in our initiative in Bengaluru as well, just very recently. When it comes to hospitals, anything can happen at any moment. Anytime it can be an emergency. And how do you deal with those emergencies? Well, Abhiram and his team have come up with an innovative and unique solution. And I'm not going to steal the thunder. The stage is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. We had some really insightful sessions so far, and these kind of sessions always help in understanding the mindset and the approach that the healthcare industry is having right now in our country. And thank you all for enriching and making me a tad bit more knowledgeable. Having said that, I'm Abhiram. I would like to take few minutes of your time to introduce about Red Health, our vision, our mission, and what we are doing in the space of pre-emergency care for the country. Talking about pre-emergency care, in this day and age, where the medical tourism is booming, it's at all-time high in India, we are getting patients from all over the world because of our technically skilled clinicians and our beautiful ecosystems with respect to the hospitals which we have built in the country. Having said that, a little bit of a thought is what I would want everyone to hear introspect, is how confident are we to actually pick an emergency patient who is, say, 5 kilometers, 50 kilometers, 150 kilometers from the hospital, right? This is a journey that we are trying to solve as an organization. And we have realized that having a strong pre-emergency care system for the hospitals not only increases their referrals, but also increases the brand value of the hospitals. And that's something that we are working together to solve. People tend to wonder more ambulances in the market is equal to better emergency care. But this is a WHO report. Had it been just that, India has actually twice the number of ambulances. But the problem statement out here is that 90% of the ambulances which are present in the market are not regulated. They don't have the right equipment. They don't have the right clinical technicians to actually handle these cases. And this is where we as an organization are working very hard to solve this problem at scale in markets wherever we are present. In cases of emergency, hospital is the first place that everybody wants to go. They try to connect either on the existing emergency number or in whatever touch point is available to them. And interestingly, the study shows that 70% of these calls are either getting unanswered or getting answered in a delayed response, which is basically leading to the patient's anxiety and not able to reach the hospitals in time. And this is what, with the solutions that we are offering with the hospitals, addresses both the touch points, the initial touch point of actually answering every emergency call within 5 seconds, and creating a fulfillment solutions where we are able to reach the patients in the shortest possible time. Some of the, talking about the problems that we have in the market with respect to specifically patient logistics. There are fewer number of ambulances in the market compared to the demand which every hospital has with respect to the patient's inflow into the hospitals, because most of the hospitals are managing 2, 3, or 4 ambulances, and that's just not practically possible to cater to all the patient logistics requirements that the hospital has. There is a very high dependency on the third-party logistics, which are the local mom-pop shops, which are the ambulances that we see outside the hospitals. But that's where the question is that how safe are they? And can we have a better solution to offer to the patients of the hospital? We are investing a lot and creating a brand value with respect to the clinical care that the hospitals are giving. And we want to extend the same quality of care, both in terms of pre-emergency and as well as post-discharges, because that's the same patient and it's the same brand that carries along with it. Biggest problem that we have is that there is no regulatory body as such catering to the ambulances which are there in the market, right? How do we know that these ambulances are safe? And that is where me as a player in this sector, I've made a lot amount of effort in terms of educating, empowering, and also empaneling the right ambulances for the patient trips. And right now, I can say that we run a program called Sati, where we tie up with these local operators, empower them, educate them, ensure that the ambulances which they're operating are of the best of the standards, and also the clinical manpower trainings are also given to them so that the same assurity is given for the patients who are traveling on the dedicated ambulances which the hospital is running. So what do we need to solve this? We need we are just one call away from every emergency. You need one efficient response system, and you need a network which is reliable. And these are the 3 things that you get from Red. Red Health, after partnering with the hospitals, ensure that because of the network that we have, that every patient is getting picked in the shortest possible time. Every patient is having the right clinical protocols which are happening across these journeys, which translate into better patient satisfaction scores, and as well as a controlled, regulated environment, right? Where the clinicians, the ER heads, the hospitals, the caretakers, all of them are equally involved in the journey and are at peace with respect to every action which is happening. And the visibility and the transparency is something that I'm able to do because the complete journey, which is from the stage of booking till this point of reaching an ambulance, till he ensures that it comes to the hospital, all of it is digitally tracked. All of it is at the palms of the doctors to also see what's happening. Talking about our footprint, we are currently present in more than 25 cities, directly working with more than 100 plus hospitals, where we are running the emergency logistics for these hospitals. And apart from that, we also work with enterprises, where there are more than 100 enterprises which are directly relying on us in cases of emergency, both for their employees as well as for their families. And that is a strength that has grown over the period of 8 years. And these 8 years we have had a lot of learnings, and by each year we are more confident that we are going in the right directions. And hospitals, we know that they have really strict yardsticks, and they allow us to improve ourselves on a regular basis so that we are actually solving this problem at scale in the market. So just to give the presence in terms of the scale at which we are operating, we are doing close to 15,000 to 16,000 critical care transfers on a monthly basis, which if I have to compare a large setup hospital like a 300 to 400 bedded hospitals would do around 300 to 400 trips. So that is the scale at which I'm operating, and all successfully with 1% marginal error. Talking about the differentiating factors that I have and what is it that I'm bringing to the hospital's ecosystem, right? Starting with the auto dispatching. Now, we would be aware like how Ola and Uber system works. Whenever there is a requirement of a booking of an Ola and Uber, obviously the closest a vehicle gets assigned. Similar auto dispatching system has been built for the geographies that we are operating, where we ensure that the ambulance which is the closest to the patient is the one which gets assigned, and that too with the right manpower and audited manpower. That is what we put our efforts into to ensure that that is getting that is happening with every hospital. Having said that, there is a lot of technology which has gone into this place. Like I was mentioning, the complete customer lifecycle journey, that is from the point of him trying to get connected with the emergency number of the hospital to the booking, which happens through our platform called StandPlay, and then the driver apps, the paramedics apps, all of them enable the hospitals to have the visibility of the journey of the patients from the time he's getting picked to the time he's reaching to the hospital. Along with it, every trip that I do, there is a WhatsApp tracking link which goes to the patients, also to the hospitals, so that they are at peace with respect to understanding how much time it takes for the ambulance to reach them, with the details of the drivers so that they can always be connected. And this is what we are trying to do to ensure that there is a seamless integration, both from the patient side and as well as for the hospitals to have this visibility. About my fleet size, which is the principle at which we work, because if I have to ensure that I have to be the fastest, I have to be there in time, I need to have the network. And that is what I have been able to build over the past 8 years. We are the largest fleet owners. We currently operate around 450 plus ambulances. Apart from that, there is a network of Sati program, which I mentioned, where there are close to 5,000 associates who are working along with me to ensure that we are successful in this journey. And all these partners are equally calibrated, equally qualified, and I am confident, and the hospitals are confident with the trips that I am doing, that this is the right way to move forward. We also have certain solutions like Boost EMS and Convert EMS, which allows strategically to increase the footfalls into the ER, where we work very closely with the marketing teams of the hospitals, understand the drainage areas, and ensure that we create the right supply of network to avail these services and ensure that the patients are not getting diverted. Because this is again a common problem statement which the hospitals are facing right now, where the local operators tend to divert the patients to different hospitals, and that's basically what I am nullifying with the ecosystem that I'm building. The core values at which Red Health and all its employees work are on speed, empathy, and reliability. Reliability is important because we are talking about clinical transfers here, and certain aspects which I would like to highlight in terms of reliability as a partner with the hospitals is I act as a single point of contact for the hospitals, not just limited to road ambulances. It could be rail ambulance, it could be train ambulance, air ambulance. I am there for everything. So any and every kind of patient logistics under the umbrella is covered by me, and I have dedicated relationship managers inside the hospital present to ensure that at any point in time, any support is required, it is available on ground 24/7. Like I said, ambulances are just not vehicles. It is a clinical journey, so you need to have the right paramedics. You need to have qualified paramedics, and this is where we take a pride in terms of hiring and operating the largest number of paramedics in the country. And all my ambulances, which are ACLS ambulances, have got these qualified paramedics who are AHA certified, and there's a regular training and a lot of effort goes into it in terms of refreshers that we give. And these trainings are held inside the hospital premises with their staff so that they also get the confidence in terms of the learnings that is happening on the ground, right? Emphasizing on the process and protocols, we are Asia's only patient mobility company, which is a JCI accredited organization, which shows the amount of effort we put in terms of ensuring that we don't slack or cut corners when it comes to the processes and the journeys and the clinical protocols which is required in such kind of scenarios. All my dispatches in the mature markets where I'm present, we are able to right now provide ambulances within 15 minutes to 30 minutes. That's the window at which we operate, and we strive to get closer to 15 minutes in every geography, where we can ensure and commit to the patients that we will be able to reach you in that possible time. And the network effect contributes to a large extent of this, and hospitals' support is also required here to understand where the right positioning of the ambulances need to be there to cater to the market there. As far as technology is considered, we are in the age of 5G, so 5G ambulances is also something that I provide. It is the best in class. We have the least amount of latency when it comes to the audio-visual communications or with respect to the vitals which need to be transmitted into the ER during the journey. Now, talking about the solutions that we are providing with the hospitals, this is a whole integrated piece of solutioning that we give to the hospitals that we are working with, where principally the first two buckets which you can see is the Boost EMS and the Red Assist are the conversion metric tools, which ensures that the top of the funnel, which is the amount of leads which are coming in, whether it is on the emergency calls or whether it is general inquiries, is something that increases for every hospital. And we have noticed that every hospital has a 20 to 30% organic increment once we become their partners, just for the fact that we are always present, and there are least amount of cancellations which happen, which usually used to be the protocol with the hospitals. Talking about the fulfillment part, once the convergence happens, it's just not done, it's a half solution. We should be able to provide the assets to reach to those places in that particular time. And this is where my network and my own ambulances come into the picture, where the fulfillment is also given to all such scenarios. All my ambulances are GPS fitted, so it also gives the hospitals a bird's eye view with respect to where each asset is parked, and that is the transparency at which I work with every hospital, so that in case if there are any places that I'm missing out, it is always highlighted at the right time for me to take the corrective actions. Talking about the fleet, I think in terms of the ambulances, these are the three standard fleets which we operate in our country, which is the ACLS Force, the ACLS Winger, and the eco vehicles. I operate all of them. And we also started using Urbania vehicles now for our select hospitals which are asking for their VIP transfers. So that is something, again, that we have gotten into. That's another class of fleet which has been added. Technology and innovation is something which is in our DNA, and in this day and age of digital transformation, we don't want to be left behind. We want to do always something which allows us to make the complete process and the journey as seamless as possible. So this is one of that pursuit. SALIS EMS is basically a control tower system in a tablet in the hands of the ER, where they get the visibility of all the cases that are happening, And all of it is real time, whether it is with respect to the vitals, whether it is with respect to the tracking of the ambulance, whether they want to communicate with the paramedics on the ground while serving the cases, or whether it is analytics of the reports with respect to the cases being served. The kind of therapeutic areas we are serving, whether it is the pickup location, drop locations, all of it is at the hands of the hospitals, and that's how transparency comes into the picture, that's how trust comes into the picture, and that is what we want to give to the hospitals that we are working with. Yeah. So I've talked about JCI, so just a slide on that. I'm really proud of it, so I'll say it again. Yeah. That's from my side. I'm open to questions if there are any. And this is the number that we have, which is our emergency hotline number. I would like anybody in the audience to just give it a trial to see how effective, and this is the fastest in the world, by the way. So anybody out here can just pick up their phones and call on this number. Anyone? Or otherwise? Sure. It's a wonderful experience because you would see within 5 seconds somebody responding to you, somebody helping you in triaging. There are clinicians who do that. I would want all of you to save this number for your family members, for your immediate relatives, anybody. I mean, this is the system which is improving by the day, and the more users use it, the more learnings we get, the more better we get, and we can contribute towards the emergency care for the country. And I personally believe that like the 911 which is there in the West, we are building the same for our country, and hopefully in the next few years, they take our best practices instead of us following them. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Shabiram, for showcasing Red Health and what a unique system and innovative model you've come up with, ambulance on demand. Very interesting. So we'll move on to the next panel discussion, the last panel discussion before we head in for a break. And this one is on digital transformation in healthcare, unleashing, it's an interesting word, unleashing the power of AI, IoMT, big data and cloud. A lot of buzzwords in there, which is a lot of catchphrases and buzzwords. But what does all of this mean? Every time we see a sentence with all of these buzzwords, it sounds cool, but how does that really impact us? How are we going to really benefit out of these fancy concepts like big data, cloud, etc., deep seek? Wow. So to help us analyze and implement and inculcate all of these best practices, I'd like to introduce our moderator for this panel discussion, and that is Professor Subhrajyoti Bhaumik, who's the Vice President of the KPC Group. Please help me welcome Dr. Bhaumik on stage. And our panelists are Mr. Ravindra Pai, who's the Managing Director and Board Member of Peerless Hospitals. Also, Professor Amlan Chakrabarti, who's the Professor and Director of A.K. Chowdhury School of IT. Dr. Somen Mukherjee, who's the Associate Professor and Dean of the Neotia University. And Professor Krishna Jyoti Goswami, who's the General Manager of North City Hospital and Neuro Institute. Yeah, there must be a button. Mic check.
So good afternoon, and I know we are standing between all of you and the lunch. So we promise that we are not going to be very, very elaborate like other panels. We are going to be very short and crisp. And I have this very noble work of kind of facilitating this debate, which ended with the last session, which is on AI changing life, artificial intelligence changing life, and healthcare is not an exception. So I'll just quote Satya Nadella. How many of you are aware of Satya Nadella? All of you are aware of Satya Nadella. So Microsoft CEO actually goes on to say that the biggest transformational change happening in the software industry is artificial intelligence, and the industry in which artificial intelligence is actually looking forward to invest is which industry? Any guesses? is healthcare. Is healthcare and is healthcare. So I think though this session is a bit ill-timed because we are encroaching onto the lunch, but it's a very perfectly timed session because we need to debate on whether these transformational energy or transformational technologies which we are talking about, the artificial intelligence, is it going to be a foolproof method? Because I have a galaxy of experts today who come from various, they come from various backgrounds. So I have Mr. Pai, who's a healthcare leader. He has managed a lot hospitals. Apollo, he was attached with Apollo hospitals. And right now he is working with one of the very famous hospitals in the eastern part of the country, which is Peerless Hospital. He's the managing director. So he will give us the perspective on, as a healthcare leader, as a managing director, do AI really finds its taker in the healthcare? I have Professor Krishnajyoti Goswami. He's an academician plus an administrator who has been managing hospitals and laboratories for a very long time. He's been a fellow NABH co-assessor and a principal assessor. So he has got the very experienced knowledge in terms of whether this artificial intelligence will be accepted in the Indian context. I have another senior academician, dean from Neotia University, Dr. Shomen Mukherjee. He's going to talk about whether medical education as well as patient outcome are going to be affected by artificial intelligence. But on my right, I have someone who has been doing a great deal of work in artificial intelligence in this part of the country and has been representing the state of West Bengal globally. Professor Amlan Chakraborty, he is the director of the AI Center at the Calcutta University, and you will hear from him that things which are only bookish right now are actually not bookish because they are being implemented in healthcare. So AI in healthcare, the debate starts with that the first takers would be pathologists and the first takers would be in radiology, because you have repetitive work which is being done by these departments could be taken into stride by using artificial intelligence tools. So we'll begin our discussion by Professor Krishnajyoti Goswami, asking Dr. Goswami that, Dr. Goswami, being from the laboratory medicine field and being an administrator, do you think that India is ready right now to accept artificial intelligence in the lab?
Happy afternoon, all of you. AI can't replace our hypoglycemic shock, because after this session, we have to take some food. And in diagnostics field, in both radiology and laboratory medicine, truly in entire diagnostics field, AI is the only option nowadays. Recently, I visited in Dubai in Arab Health and LabMed. No option for that. Even in Mindray is here. Their instrument previously and now is totally changed by artificial intelligence. This is a revolution. In X-ray, CT scan, MRI reports, MRI can detect within a second, so within a few minutes, the cancer, lump, internal bleedings and fracture, and some complex cases, they transferred this data to the radiologist. So AI with radiologist is a better opportunity in healthcare. In same way, in laboratory medicine, AI in genomics, you can check in just BRCA gene in prediction, the ovarian cancer and breast cancer, BRCA1, 2. This is an early marker, and even simple issues when malaria and tuberculosis, we can check through microscopy and in microscopy within few minutes. And in histopathology and cell counter, we are using AI-based cell counter. So we are getting all these results. This is helpful for laboratory medicine specialists, radiologists, even in ophthalmology, in diabetic retinopathy, glaucoma, and macular degeneration. We are working on it. We have published few research publication in European journal regarding these issues. So it's a fantastic journey in AI in India and abroad also.
So over to you, Shubhra.
So definitely that AI is here to stay, and people who think that, we prefer natural intelligence over artificial intelligence, I would have to say that we will have to be naturally intelligent to accept the artificial intelligence, because this is not going to be any more bookish. I'll move to my second panelist here, Mr. Pai. Mr. Pai, you think that, you run a hospital, and one of the biggest threat in hospitals is the information technology threat. We are told that 2 to 3% of the budget in the hospital is actually the IT budget. How do you think, in an environment which is shaping up for the artificial intelligence, to accept artificial intelligence tools, what do you think could be strategies to enhance IT security systems in the hospital? Because we are going to talk about large databases of hospitals changing hands and getting generative information out of it.
Thank you very much, Shubhro. And I really thought is that we are trespassing over some time of lunch. Okay, but let me give you a brief on AI first. I am not a subject matter in that area, but I always thought is AI can be simplified as an animal which is invisible. Let me tell you, within the system, when a patient goes into a hospital, and if the hospital is JCI accredited or NEBH accredited, there is a quality that works in the entire hospital. Patient cannot see that quality, let me tell you. Nobody of us can see that quality, but the quality is again an invisible animal that works. Similarly, AI is also an animal which is invisible that works into the system, which we are not aware, but it keeps on picking up things which are outliers in the system. When we did this, as far as the implementation in Peerless Hospital, to go back to an example where we had a small malware hit into our hospital, and then we realized what is the importance of keeping all your data protected. Now, I'm sure we all are aware, there is the DPDP Act which is coming in place. Okay, Digital Personal Data Protection Act, which is going to be a very difficult act for every healthcare provider to manage it and to run it. Let us not be surprised 10 years down the line where hospitals or any institutions have large amount of data, they may have a data protection officer being on board. Okay, so let's look at some of the things that AI is being used to prevent any type of threats coming into the hospital. You put the AI into your system. It can be your mailer system. It can be your HI system. It can be all your walls, which is there, which we call it as your, Fortinets and all these type of walls that we create. And now these walls are definitely created to prevent information going out or outside information coming inside your system, because hospital systems are a very integrated systems. So what does the AI do there? AI detects. First is it detects, it isolates, it also treats, it informs. So these are some of the steps when the AI does. Then the IT head, he gets it onto a console which is centralized console, and he's aware of where has been the threat, wherever there has been an attack, or there has been some type of a thing which is not in line with the rule which is to be observed inside the hospital. Second is, it gives you also alerts. Whenever you have any type of attack, it would give you an alert in advance that this is the potential threat which could actually come into your system. Now that's where your AI works. It will also give you obviously predictive threats. It can also give you preventive threats. Now, if you look at all the AIs are again working at endpoint security systems, because the security of your data happens in only two ways. One is something coming from outside, or something which is generated from inside. When I'm saying generated, in our system in PLS, we have about 500 systems which is being operated by different people at different intellectual levels. Now for them to understand, look, you cannot use a USB here, you cannot go on to sites which are not being allowed, You cannot go on to internet and all those things. Now, when we start doing this training in a detailed way, and if there is any type of any person at any place going on to some sites, that threat is actually picked up at the central console and saying, look, somebody is trying to go beyond these walls. So I think this is it. Then you have what AI has also put in is what is called as a multi-factor authentications. Now we all know that the type of hits today we are getting in terms of what do you call it as cyber crimes that is happening, where you're losing money day in and day out. Many of them are only single factorial authentications, okay, which just runs through one OTP and it's gone. I think there are banks which are there which can never get hit by any type of by any type of crimes, OTPs and all these things. And I deal with one of the bank, okay, which I am 100% sure I'll never have somebody picking out money from the bank because it has a multi-factor authentication. I think the system is also there now, which AI is going to prompt every user to use their MFA. Second thing is protection of data is now going to be, I think, the accepted norm for all of us, which is there, has been in banking at least 5 or 10 years before, which has been in lot of BPO segments, which has been there. The 500 top companies have accepted it. Hospitals are still gearing to accept it. I think we are still behind the curve, and I think we have to just move there.
Thank you for those insights. And I was just trying to imagine what will be in our scenario at KPC Medical College. We are spread over 42 acres, and we have 5 blocks, and we have at least 1,000 computers. So I'm just thinking what will happen to our data if that kind of a spyware comes in. So we need this data to kind of work for us, but is our data protected? So every one of you has come from healthcare background, go back and see what your healthcare protection system in the information technology department is, because your data is really vital. I'll move to my next panelist, and we share a very special bond here because Professor Amlan Chakraborty is one of those academician researchers who have always worked in healthcare, AI, and in my previous assignment, we actually did a paper on remdesivir. This was a drug which was used left, right, and center in COVID-19. And we use artificial intelligence to predict that whether the hypothesis that remdesivir was actually working in critically ill patient was true or not. So this entire data set of PLS Hospital was actually looked upon, and we could figure out that what the hypothesis was, that yes, in severely ill patient this drug was working, in moderately or patients who were not moderately ill this drug was not working. By churning out a database of at least thousands of patients, AI could give this answer. So here comes the role of big data. Professor Chakraborty, what is big data for the audience? Everybody is talking about big data, big data. So I'm asking a very basic question. What is big data? Does healthcare produce big data? And can big data in healthcare solve certain public health problems like tuberculosis resistance? Every one of our hospitals have TB patients who are resistant. At least being a medical college, we are a medical college, so we have these kind of patients come in from not a very, and a very large number, but we do actually have it. So over to you about big data and its role in public health.
So big data in a summary, okay, speaks about volume, okay, speaks about variety, and speaks about velocity. Okay, what does it mean? It means that means and whether it maps with healthcare. Volume is obviously we can just say that that healthcare means volume. Okay, so large number of population. So volume, obviously big data is there for healthcare, right? In terms of the variety, we know that different types of tests what happens, right? And we have different types of data. Okay, for a patient comes from various channels. Okay, there are some tests in the medical centers, hospitals, right? We also have the wearable devices. We also have the allied data with a patient, like the nutrition data, okay, like the family history data, right? And maybe if we can go further, the genomics, okay? So there is a huge variety of data which comes to the health and which helps the doctor to diagnose the disease and tries to predict. And if we go into the domain of the patient disease and drug discovery, it goes further. So obviously we accept now that volume of data and variety of data exist. Fine. Now the velocity of the data. Okay, right? You know that means during the COVID, we really tested the velocity of the data. Okay, it means that there are so many different types of symptoms, okay, in COVID. Okay, so it is not that everyone came with the same symptom, and so that means everyone. So there is lot of changing patterns, and that's why I think the doctors actually change different protocols in the different pathway of treating these particular diseases. Okay, right, and this is true for many diseases. It's not for only COVID. COVID is we the non-doctors cite something and go to the COVID directly. Okay, so obviously volume, variety, right, and velocity of data is there in health, right? I think, and now surely we can tell big data is there in health, right? So now, provided we have the big data in health, what are the challenges? Okay, for one challenge is for the domain experts like the doctors. One challenge is for the people like us who works in AI. Okay, we need to work together. Okay, that's we are still in silos. Okay, many of my students' master's project, undergraduate projects, they take the data from some public store, okay, public, right, and try to work and try to predict, sir, we have predicted this type of things are happening in this data. I say that you cannot do like that. Okay, right, though maybe public data available, you have to understand the domain, at least you have to go to a doctor, okay, visit, and that's why I knock Subrajyoti so many times in my research meeting. So these silos needs to be now taken off. Okay, doctors and medical centers or medical hospitals. Okay, that means as Mr. Pai rightly said, that there will be the data security officer and data protect officer. I think now the time has come that means the hospitals should have their own analytics team. Okay, which will be driven by some sort of AI, some expert from AI, right? And the second and the other thing is that what AI can do and what big data and AI together can do. So descriptive analytics, predictive analytics, right, and prescriptive analytics. These are the analytics term, but these the doctors also use, right? So you can see that what is the map between the analytics, right, and the process where doctor follows. So descriptive analytics means I have seen a scan, as I think Professor was saying, that the data from the data, from radiology and pathology comes, and you say that what has happened. Okay, predictive analytics means that what will happen after 3 months, after 6 months, right? What will be the condition of the patient, right? And this up to this is still okay with AI, but the challenge of AI is that, hey, AI can do the prescriptive analytics also, okay? With a doctor together, right? It is obviously, that means, I still don't believe that the expertise of a doctor and the amount of, domain captured by the doctor through the, through those type of interventions what they do in different scenarios for different population is, that means our present AI is still able to catch at that level. But I think the present AI and big data can help the doctor, reduce the time of the doctor, right, and can help the doctor to go to the specific direction in a faster mode. Yeah, thank you.
Absolutely, very well said. I think that they are going to be facilitators. Many people now are debating that, the AI will replace the medical fraternity. But let me tell you, I will just quote Jesse Enfield, who is the president of the American Medical Association. He actually said in the last conference in 2024 of the American Medical Association, he said that it's very sure to him that the AI is not going to replace the medical doctors, but medical doctors who are going to know AI are going to replace doctors who don't know it. So it is definitely a foregone conclusion in not only countries like US or in developed nations, but in India also, because India is unity among diversity. So we have India and Bharat together. So India, which is a gadget freak India, and Bharat, which is still struggling to get access to free water and potable water. So we still have that kind of disparity in this nation. But what connects us is technology. And I would like to make a point here is that the technology has to be very India specific. So there are many AI tools now. You will see many organizations say, and what we keep doing with Professor Chakravarti in this is that we try to validate those tools in the Indian perspective. And I think Dr. Vishal Goel is sitting here from the ILS hospital. They are also validating a tool in prescription audit, which has been developed by a company in America. They are utilizing it in 35 centers in the US. But what I really liked about their mindset was they wanted to kind of validate the prescription audit tool in the Indian context. So please validate, because we are different and size of us is definitely different. Our big data size is different. I'll move to our final panelist here, Dr. Shomen Mukherjee, who is an academician. What is the role of AI in case of teaching training programs? Do you think AI can play an important role?
See, I am really with Shubhrajyoti sir and Omlan sir. Omlan sir is a stalwart in this particular field, especially in this part of the country. But what we understand that after 15 years of 16 years I am in this academics. So what I observe right now, that before 5 years back or 7 years back, when we started the course for the allied health science professionals or nursing professionals, we have the mandatory program for teaching them one shot of computer science. So computer was the basic thing on that time. But nowadays, from the last year onwards, when NEP come, then allied health professionals, this council has came. So we have seen that they make it mandatory that in the curriculum of any allied health professionals, there should be some module like for the ChatGPT and like for the AI, that module should be prescribed. Because these professionals, then they are coming to the healthcare scenario or the healthcare sector, they should understand that what is AI and how they will operate the AI. But I was really very much surprised that in last 2 years back, I was in a conference in New Delhi, that is a patient safety conference organized by Apollo Group of Hospital. There, that time itself, that Shangita Reddy madam has said that AI definitely comes to India, but AI never ever replace the artificial intelligence, never ever replace the emotional intelligence. Because in healthcare sector, patient have some emotional matter related with the healthcare sector. We try to teach the students that empathy or that sympathy they should have created, whether the machine, as the Krishna Jyoti sir said, all the machines are now related with the AI. Now the challenge is that the students are now in panic, the students' guardians are now in panic, that whether the job opportunity will be lost or whether the technologies will be required or not. So that challenge we are facing. Another thing, in research activity, nowadays, before 5 years back, Amlan sir maybe agreed on us, that before the research activity, that there is one terminology, that flaggerism. So if we send some article to any of the journal, they said, you give me the flaggerism report, there was some particular specific software. Nowadays, these journals are saying that you give the AI score of that particular research paper or something like that. So whatever we have observed, nowadays, if I ask some student to give me some application, they put it on the ChatGPT and they give the same application to us. So that utilization they are doing on their level. Because how we identify that? Because if I ask the same application, I have seen that same format from all the student or 5-6 students is the same format. So that also have the challenge. Otherwise, in future, we have to adapt this technology so that AI should be inculcated with the paramedical training and nursing training along with the healthcare professional training.
Thank you. I think that's very, very important. Many of us have chat GPTs installed on our smartphones because we want to look smart when some question is asked in a meeting, and immediately we would like to come up with answers, and we don't even understand that the other person sitting beside us might be using the same tool and giving the same answers. So I think we need to use chat GPT in a very, very rational way. Thank you for putting that point across. I'll move to Krishnajyoti Goswami, sir. Sir, you can implement, there are companies who would come to your hospital and they would say, buy the chat GPT, or maybe buy this software which you mentioned in radiology. How easy is it to implement AI tools in hospitals? Do you think that the doctors are open for implementation, or there are challenges there as well?
It's a great question. And first part answered by Mr. Pai, because this DPDP Act is coming in this country, already passed in Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. Its implementation is very crucial. For that reason, you have to validate this software and AI tools. Secondly, cost is too much. And this is another issue. Cost is too much. And another part is transformation from paper-based to digital is again is costly. And you can use the DICOM or HL7 is for seamless transformation, but again cost is going on. And thirdly, so many clinicians we have here, clinicians are not accepting this system. I'm rightly, because I'm the assessor for NABH in long term and NABL also laboratory, so they are not accepting in broad cases. So this is another challenges in all this hospital. But in Government of India's initiative is Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission, probably fill this gap shortly. So thank you.
Yeah, challenges, and we continue with challenges before we end with opportunities. So challenges, one big challenge is whether we invest or we don't invest. We'll ask somebody who sits on these meetings and decides all the budget. So what makes you invest in the AI tool, and what takes your motivation away? How do you decide?
Good. So let me go back to this question, at least about 10 years before. I had shifted myself to a smartphone, and then I told my wife to shift. She had a Nokia old one, so I told her to shift to a smartphone. That time it was costing about some 35,000, and she blasted. She said, "What? Only for calling I have to take a smartphone?" I said, "You take a smartphone, don't worry. We'll think about the cost." So I wanted to ask a question to all the people in the audience. Many of them are in hospital. Many of them you have a smartphone. Do you think having a good smartphone does have an ROI? How many of you think it doesn't have an ROI? Or how many of you think it has an ROI?
How many in favor that it has an ROI? Show of hands, please. So, okay. And how many, okay, it's, okay. And how many you believe that there is no ROI associated with a good smartphone?
Good. Okay. So I mean there is 50% of the people who say there is no ROI. But let me tell you, a mobile phone you take today, an average cost of 35,000, lasts for you for 4 years, you have spent about 750 rupees only per month. But the amount of advantages that a smartphone can give you in your seamless working from day in and day out, right from your office work to sending mails, to sending, scanned documents, asking for, taxi, Uber, you name it. The ROI cannot be calculated in that sense. And believe me, when it comes to technology in a hospital, believe me, when you overinvest, there is two things which we all know. One is the CAPEX, another is the OPEX. CAPEX will always be higher. As you take an iPhone, which is so expensive, 1 lakh, 1.5 lakhs, CAPEX will always be higher, but over a period of time when you use it, the advantages you get, your costs keep on dropping. And believe me, when you have a good software, embedded into your hospital, integrated one, be it your HIS, be it for your emails, or be it your packs, or be it any related. OPEX, your CAPEX is always higher, but when it comes to OPEXs, the costs keep on dropping. There is huge number of advantages. I can rattle out at least about 25. For the want of time, I may not want to, which Shubhro Jyoti has told me earlier also that we don't have much time on this. But yes, I think of the answers that I get, there are multiple advantages you have, and there is a clear-cut return of investment, and technology is much, much higher.
That's great to know that a managing director of a hospital believes that. We wish there are more managing directors like you in various many hospitals who would like to invest in technology and more so in artificial intelligence and IOMT, I would say that. So a final round of question to Professor Chakraborty is that, Dr. Chakraborty, you know, in terms of public-private partnership, you come from the government background and there are private hospitals sitting here. How could we strengthen AI research with you? You know, you could give some tips, because in West Bengal, we see there's very less of research in terms of when it comes to artificial intelligence. You mentioned about databases to be looked upon, but then these are all westernized data, which are not implemented, or I would say extrapolated in our own conditions. So your final thoughts on how this PPP model can actually be worked on, yes, as far as AI is concerned?
Yeah, this is a very good question. Though I am not directly involved in the government policy, but I try to help certain departments of government of West Bengal through my knowledge, to knowledge support. So what I believe is that means, government can give you the initial starting point, right? But privates have the people. Private can accelerate. So I think this right time has come. Where we take experts from private and the infrastructure from the government and the support from the government to actually work across the state. Because working across the state, that means you don't have that amount of manpower in the government system. Secondly, is that there are policies, which needs to be framed, right? Unless policies are there, you cannot actually go to the next step. So in the policies, it should be understood that what is the requirement of the domain, right? What are the larger stakeholders, and larger stakeholders can only be involved if you have the private into play. And obviously we have seen in terms of our disasters, in terms of medical disasters which happened during COVID, right? You require manpower, you require training, you require supplies, you require resource. So you cannot generate, the government cannot generate resource like that. There should be private players who will be coming up with the resources, right? And government will be there to actually make the resources, bring the resources to the particular, to the people. So I think in terms of AI, we need to actually make a policy at the state level where the private players, because most of the medical schools are there from the private, so there should be a policy, right? And that means any point of time this happens, right? I will be very eager to be in some form in that. Other part is that the data sharing, the ethics, and the privacy. These are the data is good and AI requires data. But in terms of medical data, the three things that I think something also being spoken of, data integration across the different verticals, the legacy system, what Professor said, the legacy system and integration of the legacy system with the present state of the art AI tools, right? And these are still in silos. So these are the things which needs to be taken care at the very top level thought process. And I think the private expertise, with the government support is the best way to make this journey happen.
Absolutely. So government and private partnership will take this forward. Final thoughts from Dr. Shomen Mukherjee on, patients, do you think they would accept AI?
Yes, of course. The patient, I have worked so many years for the particular domain on the patient satisfaction. So patient satisfaction previously, before when the AI came, there was the different parameters when patient satisfaction level we can understand. But nowadays, what I feel, because I'm staying in the South 24 Parganas, it is a far of these main Calcutta cities. So some challenges is coming. Definitely the patient who is sitting in the entire south part of the Bengal, when they feel that they have having some gastric irritation, so that time they have to go to the particular, some of the local community health doctors or some of the healthcare centers. But nowadays what they are doing, everybody has a smartphone and they go to the Google and they are typing on the Google and they are getting some of the medicine from this smartphone and they are trying that. And after that, in the night time, they are having the starting the complication, and then that patient has to bring down to the super specialty center or tertiary care center. So that is a challenge. That is a challenge because still people doesn't know, because in our Bengal or in our country in this scenario, there is no such legality that how should stop this type of medication process. Because definitely Amlan sir says as research, we have facing a lot of problem, because when we trying to do this type of research, there is a ethical issues, there is a complications, has to be taken care. So right, that is the reason definitely AI gives some satisfaction to the patient, otherwise it's become the challenge for the medical professionals to handle this type of cases.
Right, so before we end, I'll just want to add an anecdote to what Dr. Mukherjee said. So a very smart patient in a not very smart place in West Bengal Googled that he was having upper pain abdomen, a gastritic pain for which steroids are no-no. But the first thing which came up is an best anti-inflammatory agent to reduce any kind of inflammation as a steroid. And this was actually given by that particular tool. So he went up to the market and brought a strip of steroid, and he had that particular medication, following which he had to be admitted because he started bleeding from the stomach. So no self-medications as far as we are concerned. Let's not bleed. Let's have natural intelligence of doctors do that job for you. Of course, for everything you have artificial intelligence and the tools to take care. Thank you to all my wonderful panelists who have helped me to sail through this journey, and thank you for your patient hearing that you've been hearing in spite of this sumptuous lunch which is knocking down the door. Thank you very much.
Not just knocking on the door, but in the air as well.
We'll have a group photo, yes.
Right. So in other words, Dr. Google is smart, but not that smart. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, we shall break for lunch and we shall be back here in about an hour's time for the second half of the HealthCare 360 Summit. However, before we break for lunch, can I request everybody to please come towards the stage? We would like to do a group photograph of everybody in attendance today, and we'd like to capture that photo before lunch. So please, everybody, please come to the stage. We'd like to do a quick photo shoot, and then we can go and enjoy the delicious, sumptuous lunch, as Dr. Baumik mentioned. So please come forward, everyone.
Hello. Good afternoon, and welcome to the next session on smart healthcare delivery, bridging gaps with innovation. I think this session is the most difficult session in any summit or conference, post-lunch session. But I have a distinguished panel with me. I'll make you awake and make you excited on a very important topic, smart health delivery, bridging gaps with innovation. Now, smart healthcare, so we are getting smarter day by day. The last session we heard about AI. So I just give an example that how Digi Yatra has changed our lives. When you go to the airport in the morning and there's a huge rush in the entry, security gate, and if you have a Digi Yatra registered, you just push in and you feel so elated that we are the Prime Minister of the country going through across the gates. So similarly, we are thinking of a solution to have DG Health. So we are discussing on that concept, DG Health, and I have my extensive panel. I have with me Mr. Pratik Jain, who is the regional head, SCG Group of Hospitals. And I have with me Mrs. Amrita Bhomik. She is the Group Director for the Narayana Health for Business Finance. And I have Mr. Arindam De Sarkar. He is the General Manager, Patient Service, Chanak Hospital. Now coming to Mr. Pratik, I would like to learn from you that how SCG is contributing to healthcare providers and effectively collaborating with these platforms to integrate them into the healthcare delivery systems and to enhance overall patient experience.
So thank you, Dr. Ranjan, and to my in terms of our accessibility, in terms of having integration of telemedicine program, or you can say that digital health program overall per se. We at our organization is also very forerunner in terms of adopting various model like EHR, EMR, because telemedicine is just a part of a kind of a overall digital model. And the benefit of these kind of model which we experience is, basically in the accessibility of healthcare, where there are a lot of accessibility issues in the country where people are not able to have an access to a kind of a basic healthcare as well. So a platform like telemedicine has been solving that in very effectively. Second thing, you get a very cost effective platform in the sense that services where patient can need not have to travel so long for a smaller or smaller issues. They can very well take those kind of services directly sitting at their own place. Third, very important thing is that you get a multi-modal specialties consultation right now, which is available. So a patient sitting in a remote care where he was not having any access to such kind of services, now he can have a specialist consultation right from his own area. So that is one more thing, and you will be astonished to learn that government has playing a very major role, active role in terms of evolving this model across like e-Sanjeevani, which is something which is figures are mind-boggling that they have treated or maybe catered to around 35 crore of patients till now, and every day as we speak also they say that every day they are catering around 2.5 lakh patients every day. So I think this is something which is going to be changing the entire dynamic of how AI or maybe how a digital health is, digital platforms are integrating and making a difference.
Okay. So coming to Mrs. Amrita Bhomik, I think she represents Narayana Health, one of the biggest healthcare groups in the country now, and they have really invested on the software and the technology. So Mrs. Amrita, I would like to hear from you that how can interoperability between different healthcare systems and devices be achieved to facilitate seamless data exchange and collaborations among healthcare providers?
Okay. So starting with Narayana Health, I'll take the example. We are a company who have a independent IT company of our own, a software company. So which has basically has two parts. One is the hospital management system, and one is Medha Analytics, which is our reporting software. So what happens is anything that goes into Atma, which is our hospital software, is integrated with my analytics. So there's a seamless flow from the hospital management software to analytics, so that which helps us in a lot of decision making. Now, the next point will be that like how the digitization helps. First of all, the main thing of digitization, when we are wanting digitization, our main aim is to make the quality of life of people better. So how to get that thing is we are having two, three pointers, I'll say. One is we now are more focusing on preventive maintenance, like maintaining the patient's health, so that we are also publicizing, or we are making people aware of preventive health checks. So through preventive health checks, so that diseases can be monitored or diseases can be diagnosed at an earlier stage, and then, or if there are certain parameters which show that there can be future where diseases can happen, so monitoring of that condition helps in maybe not getting the patient, means taking the patient away from that disease, and at the same time it helps in preventing, which is our main motto. Now, when we say of digitization and prevention, whatever equipments now we have are all, we are trying to get into all AI integrated, like every machine, like echo, ultrasound, everything is having a smart software or AI related software, which helps in, through which we have a more precision in diagnosis and faster reporting. So in that way, we are able to have more of health checkups done and more diagnosis. So that gives betterment to the patient, or helps patient to have a better life. Okay. If the patient gets admitted, okay, when the diagnosed and you need a future treatment, so that whole thing, when the patient gets admitted, till the patient is discharged, and even after that, all records are maintained in the system. That is the next point. Thirdly, what happens is we have a system where the patient journey is being integrated to our software. Like all lab investigations are coming directly reported within, say, 90 minutes or 45 minutes, so the doctor at any point can see the system. We have come out with a technology whereby all the POCs are integrated to the main software or the EMR. So specifically in a CCU, what happens is a doctor can visit a patient, say, twice or maximum twice a day. Sisters will come 4 to 5 times a day. Or if the patient's parameters suddenly, there are some variances, the patient crashes, then everybody comes. But now what we have started doing is all the point of contact machines are being integrated, and all the parameters are being, the doctors can see the parameters and take decisions at any point of time. So at their leisure also, whenever, we call it a virtual round taken by the doctors. So that helps in getting better outcomes for patients. Other than that, all these things, since everything gets integrated, though the software development takes a lot of cost, in the process, we reduce our expenses. Because doctor just needs to write whatever they prescribe, and the medicines will get indented directly.
Amrita, I'll come to that on the how this cost, this IT and the smart thing reduce the cost. Okay. And I'll go to Mr. Arindam De Sarkar, because he is in the he represents Charnock Hospital and into his services for long years. So how do you think that these digital solutions will really help on the patient safety and outcomes, and help the patient at large?
See, when we talk about the current healthcare, we all talk about AI, we talk about digitalization. But, we didn't get the current practice getting married with the digital thing. Because, when I came to Charnock, I have been successful to do one very basic thing. When a patient comes to an emergency, the emergency TAT time was very high to get it shifted to the wards. So, we, with the help of IT and definitely with our patient service team, along with the doctors into the loop, what we did is basically we just converted every activities into a TAT time. So what we have done is that we have actually understood the process where the TAT time can be reduced. So every that time when we have taken from the entry of the emergency to the shifting of the ward, now it was previously around 5 to 6 hours. Now it has been reduced to 2 hours. So, one thing is the thought process and the other one is the digitalization. So actually the digital thing has helped us also to understand the TAT time. Because when we talk about technology, what it helps basically to reduce your, make your process lean and make your patient satisfied. At the same time, your efficiency increases. So, this is what I think we are working. And at the same time, we are also working with the, suppose a doctor is referred, a primary consultant refers to a referral consultant. So the biggest challenge is what is the referral time. So the referral time is also now monitored and it is being tracked into a digital format. So if we reduce the referral time by that process, what will happen is my treatment process will get much more faster, my ALOS will get reduced, and my patient's treatment process and ultimately the journey of the patients will be happy. So that's how we have been integrated with the technology as well as with the satisfaction level.
Okay. Coming to Mr. Pratik, can you just tell us about the newer technologies which have come in SCG and which has really helped in the patient outcomes and experiences, or they have reduced the TAT in the procedures and all?
So, sir, here, if you talk about as a group, we are forerunner and leading in terms of adopting newer technology. Like we are in the first in India to have an adoption, adaptive ethos machine, which is an adaptive radiotherapy machine, and which will have a very, very precise diagnostics in terms of the treatment modalities and helping even the clinician to kind of come to a conclusion where how a certain pattern of disease to be treated in a very, very systematic and a protocolized way. The other most important thing is that we are trying to now integrate all our modalities systems where we are providing in terms of treating cancer in such a way that it will be a seamless experience for the patients wherever it goes in any of our network hospital. So, these kind of devices really help us in terms of integrating and having a better patient experience.
Okay, thank you. So, coming to Mrs. Bhaumik, you were talking of the low-cost ways of, so India is looking at the vision to 2050 and the low-cost sustainability vision. So, how is your analytics contributing to reduce the lower cost of care or so much as the cost of treatment and make it sustainable for the hospitals?
So first point, when we say the cost of treatment and sustainability, so what Richa ma'am said in the beginning today, that it's all cost optimization. There is nothing like cost reduction. Everything is through cost optimization. So one of the points that he mentioned just now is ALOS. We always continuously look at reducing the length of stay of patients. That is something that helps in our reduction of cost. Second is integration, integrating the system in the software so that it becomes, there is no duplication of work. Like now what happens is like normally in a hospital, whatever doctor prescribes, nurses will do after that. They will again go to the system, do indenting or put blood pressure, what is that, they will write in their note sheets. So instead of that, now everything is getting tagged or integrated to the main software. So all this duplication of work reduces, and technically we can effectively use manpower, and maybe we can, the basic administrative and nursing manpower and paramedics, all of this thing can be rationalized. So that leads to a lot of cost optimization. Secondly, when we have a very developed analytics team, we can compare costs for every services we provide. For example, we can mark what is the consumption cost for a CABG across the group. And then we can understand that if one unit is, say, doing CABG at X rupees, the other patient, other unit, why it is taking X plus 2. So those comparatives are there in the system through which it helps to do cost optimization and to a large extent. So, and overheads keeping a track of what are maintenance, like repetitive maintenance, and what is ad hoc, and concentrating on reducing ad hoc overheads. That is one of the other measures we do or steps we take for reduction of cost. So I think that is
Okay, thank you.
together.
So I come to Mr. Sarkar. Now, so see, we are now, as at hospitals, we are looking for the patient experience, the net promoter score. Do you think that the digital solutions will help in the getting the patient experience better, or the NPS score becoming a promoter or something like that? Do you think in that way?
Absolutely, because if we don't measure, we don't improve. So, I mean, every activity when we do, whether if you look at the patient journey from an OPD to the emergency to the admission to the discharge, if all the touch points are not measured, then you don't know actually where we are standing. So, I mean, if you look at the parameter-wise and every activity has got the major role into the successful treatment and the discharge of a patient. So every touch point is actually an experience for the patient. So I was just discussing with my friends in CMRI and BM Birla. They have actually converted the entire rooms into a very fantastic, like a hotel. Believe me, previously, if you look at, we didn't thought of this process that we can increase the look feel of the room. It was basically that you get a good doctor and a nurse, and the treatment process was actually making your patients happy. But now your aesthetical view, your support service team, the good food, and your people who are actually doing the service is actually makes a big time difference in terms of your patient experience. So digital wise, definitely you need to track every moment with the digital scores, what we call as a promoter scores. And also we need to, every month wise, we should have a review. And what we do also in our hospital is we do a review of these things so that, every people will come to know where is the gap and where we need to improve. So I think it's absolutely necessary that patient experience goes along with the hand-to-hand with the digital analytics.
Thank you. Mr. Pratik, just to understand from you, so what are the challenges of integrating digital solutions in healthcare system?
One of the major important challenges in terms of integration is cost. Like we are talking about only about very few healthcare chains in the city or maybe in the country. But what is happening to the other healthcare provider which are smaller in nature, but they are equally contributor towards the treatment modalities for the patient. So I think there are so many models now which are available in a kind of a pay-per-use model which you can integrate with your existing HIS and with a very less cost-effective way, so that you can also give, or the smaller player or maybe an individual hospital can also give the same sort of an experience to the patient in terms of this thing. And the other big challenge which I feel is the data security, which everybody has spoken in the last panel. And this is something which is, if you can take care of your data security in a much in a kind of a systematic way, I think if that challenge can be met, I think the sky is the limit for digital adoption.
Thank you. We'll quickly wind up the session. Mrs. Amrita, so coming to your point also, what are the challenges you face in sort of implementing your software or digital solutions in your entire network of hospitals in the country? So what are the, say, 1, 2, 3, 4 key challenges, and how did you overcome that?
So first and foremost is the healthcare sector by itself is very fragmented. IT infrastructure is different in different hospitals. In public sector, in private sector, and especially in rural sector, it is not developed. So IT infrastructure is an issue. Second is data privacy is always an issue. Third, it requires a lot of money. It's expensive. And though over a period of time that, like what it has been said before also, CAPEX is high, OPEX is low. It gets, with time period, it gets amortized or it gets rationalized. And the other thing is acceptance. The acceptance of a digital solution is not consistent. Like even the doctors, they don't want to go for digital solution because everybody has a pre-notion that their value will somehow diminish. And also elder generation, they are not very pro to digital solutions. And the last point is training. Or that why I'm coming to training is like the healthcare service is not provided by a certain level of people. It involves a lot of strata, like from housekeeping, GDS services, to nursing, to doctors. So when you implement a software, generally it affects all the people in some way or the other. So the training has to be very differential. Now, specifically in implementation, it cannot be a blanket approach. It has to be done in phases, and then only the benefits will flow, and ultimately it can be implemented across. So in general, implementation happens, but for that process to set in and to get benefits takes approximately 6 to 7 months for people to come and start understanding the benefits of such implementation.
Thank you. So the ending note, Mr. Sarkar, if you want to say something.
What I think is that these session, for other sessions also, we all talked about digital things and everything, but the most important thing is that 2 to 3 things must be taken very strongly. One is the data safety, number one. Number two is that patient privacy, which is very important. Today, if you go for JCI standards or NABH standards, patient privacy is very important. Third thing is the most important is the journey and the experience of the patient. The technology can take in a different angle, but at the same time, we should make sure that the technology is accepted and adaptable to the patient's journey. So making their patient experience a wonderful experience. Then only the loyalty of the patient will happen to that particular hospital. So I think these 3 things, if we can follow, we will have definitely a good journey.
Mr. Jain?
Sir, lastly, I just wanted to say that, everything is very, very, futuristic in this thing. But the basic thing is, what is the awareness level in the common man regarding the adoption in terms of digital health? So I think every player or everyone which is related to some sort of, providing of digital solutions, or maybe an healthcare service provider, should always look into, spreading a lot of awareness. And even in a specialty like cancer, which is a kind of a very, very massively growing specialty, the disease pattern is like that. So I feel that we do a lot of work in terms of having that awareness to be taken into the normal, public, that what is the advantage of in adopting these kind of technologies. So I think we all have to work together in terms of even getting more people aware of this thing. And what other people have said, like training, yes, training is very, very important, because you can make technologies, but how to use the technology in a forward and positive way is very, very important. Like in our setup, a lot of people ask that how robot function and how robotic surgeries are, how robots are doing surgeries. But we always tell them that it's not a robotic surgery program, it is a kind of a robotic assisted surgery program. That means your doctor is only doing the surgery and not the robot which is doing the surgeries. Many of time patient come and ask us that, sir, how robot will perform, what is the outcome and other thing. Then we have to make them aware that it's an assisted program, it is not a robot which is doing the surgery. So I think awareness is a very, very key important takeaway in the entire process to really have this adoption making more meaningful.
Amrita, would you like to end up?
No, actually what he said is very right. Like whatever digitization we do, the end result is to give a better quality of life to people and enhance the patient journey, like satisfaction in the total journey of the patient. That's what all of us, I think, are working towards.
Thank you, my panel members. I'm really thankful to them, and they made you keep you awake. Thank you for that. So, with the ending note, post-COVID, we saw that lot of innovative ideas have come. The COVID app was one of the finest apps, I think, for the post-COVID. And lot of apps, startups we see have come up with the innovative solutions for healthcare, be it healthcare in the hospital, healthcare outside hospital, home healthcare, and also digital transformation is happening very fast. We need to adapt to that, and I think We need to find solutions of a low-cost, sustainable models. So I think thank you ET Consulting for organizing this program and bringing very important topics today for discussion. And thank you. I will request ET to organize more such of this and to bring these ideas to the other people. So thank you very much. Any questions?
Yes, can we get the microphone there, please?
Panelists, thank you for the wonderful deliberation, and we actually learned a lot. My question is very simple, sir. Today we are talking about all digitization and AI, predictive AI, or more than that. How does it boils down to the consumer? Can we expect a better morbidity or mortality, reduced mortality for the patient side as well?
Sir, I think it's a very, very important question to know that what is happening to the end user. I think when we talk about many of the players, like when you heard Amrita said that there are so many medical equipment which is helping the doctor to understand the entire clinical journey of the patient. But in terms of reducing mortality, morbidity, I think it's a kind of a distant dream in my personal capacity. It can help clinician to understand that what's going on with your patient on a real-time basis. Similarly, all these platforms are really helpful in terms of identifying, a kind of on a preventive basis or maybe a primary basis as of now. And there are certain modalities like teleradiology as well as telepathology, which is trying to bridge a little bit gap in terms of diagnosis of the certain disease. So I don't think so. It is a phase where they are trying to reduce the all these platforms is trying to reduce the morbidity or mortality of the patient. Yes, they are trying to help clinicians. They are trying to help the providers to understand that if this can be protocolized, the protocol can be followed in a certain way, which will really help the outcome of the patient in an end user perspective.
I'll just add to this, how this is helping in reducing the morbidity mortality. See, the tele-ICUs now have come in a very big way, and the tele-ICUs are reaching to the interior villages and to the interior districts of the country, and both the government sector as well as, I know a project where in Assam, the cancer project has reached the entire, almost all districts in the Assam by the tele-ICU program. So similarly, I have been to a lot of these Uttar Pradesh villages, and also they have this virtual ICU doctors. So tele-ICU is trying to help, telemedicine, tele-ICU really trying to help to reduce the understanding the disease, and also meeting the doctors, consulting them. And in days to come, in near future, I think it will be a great boon to the healthcare scenario and the healthcare domain.
I mean, if you look at the around 10 years or 5 years back of ambulance services, today you have got 5G ambulances. So inside the ambulance, if a patient is in a critical condition, the doctor sitting in the hospital can track and monitor the patient. So digitalization, if you really look into this part of the phase, which is very critical, before you reach to the hospital, your ambulance plays a major role into it, where your doctors, paramedics, and the nurses are there. But if you don't have these 5G connections and you're not being a direct telecast to the emergency of that particular hospital, half of the treatment may not be given. So this has actually, the technology and the digitalization actually helped us to connect this very crucial moment of a life when a patient is in a very critical condition.
Amrita, you wanted to add something?
Just one more thing I feel is that the incidence of medical error reduces through digitization. Any death happening due to medical error, not medical negligence, I'm talking about medical error, can be reduced lot extent through digitization, because the records are uniform and accessible to all.
Thank you, panelists. I got my answers. Thank you.
Any more questions? Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you all very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the final panel discussion for today and for the summit. And I'd like to say that we started off this conference by emphasizing the importance of healing the patients and various ways in which we can identify to heal the patient. And one area that we explored was the healing power of music. And thanks to Ms. Swapna Dey, we also experienced the potential of healing through poetry. And I'm very happy and proud to announce that we are going to conclude today's conference in the cultural rich city of Kolkata with a concluding poetry performance to once again remind us of the massive power potential of healing through music and poetry. So please, ladies and gentlemen, with a round of applause, enthusiastic round of applause, please help me welcome on stage once again Mrs. Swapna Dey.
সবাইকে আবারও অনেক অনেক অভিনন্দন এবং শুভেচ্ছা জানাই। আসলে পৃথিবীর অনেক রকমের অসুখ আছে, একটু ইকোটা কমবে। সভ্যতার সংকট অনেক দিন ধরে, আজ থেকে অনেক বছর আগে প্রেমেন্দ্র মিত্র একটি কবিতা লিখে গেছিলেন। আমার কীরকম আপনাদের এই সমস্ত নানান সকাল থেকে আমি শুনতে শুনতে মনে হচ্ছিল যে এই কবিতাটা শোনানো যেতে পারে। কবিতাটির শিরোনাম হচ্ছে নীলকণ্ঠ। হাওয়াই দ্বীপে যাইনি, দক্ষিণ সমুদ্রের কোনো দ্বীপপুঞ্জে, তবু চিনি ঘাসের ঘাগরা পরা ছায়াবরণ তার সুন্দরীদের। বিদেশি টহলদারের ক্যামেরা কলুষিত চোখে নয়, দেখেছি তাদের ঘাসের ঘাগরায় নাচের ঢেউয়ের হিল্লোল। নোনা হাওয়ার দমকে দমকে যেমন নারকেল বনের দোলা। মোহিনী পলিনেশিয়া মহাসাগরে ছড়ানো ভেঙে যাওয়া ভুলে যাওয়া কোন সুদূর সভ্যতার নাকি ভগ্নাংশ। আমি জানি সমুদ্রের ঔরসে প্রবাল দ্বীপের গর্ভে তার জন্ম, সূর্যের ঔরসে মহারণ্যের গর্ভে যার জন্ম। আধার বরণ সে আফ্রিকাকেও জানি, শৌখিন শিকারী আর পণ্ডিত পর্যটকের চোখে নয়। অরণ্য চোয়ানো ঝাপসা আলোয় কি দিগন্ত ছোঁয়া ফেলটের চোখ ঝলসানো উজ্জ্বলতায় উত্তাম আধার বরণ আফ্রিকা। কণ্ঠে তার দুরন্ত আরণ্য উল্লাস। হেই ডিহাই ডিহাই, হেই ডিহাই ডিহাই। কালো চামড়ার ছোঁয়াচ বাঁচাতে, কালো মনের ছোঁয়াচে রোগে জর্জর, দুর্বল ক্লিবের প্রলাপ প্রতিধ্বনি নয়। রাত্রি নিবিড় অরণ্য গহন আফ্রিকার রোমাঞ্চিত উত্তাল উচ্চারণ। হেই ডিহা ডিহা, হেই ডিহাই ডিহাই। অরণ্য ডাকে ওই যায়, সিংহের দাঁতে ধার সিংহের নখে ধার, চোখে তার মৃত্যুর রোশনাই। হেই ডিহাই ডিহাই। বনপথে বিভীষিকা বিঘ্ন, আমাদেরও বল্লম তীক্ষ্ণ। কাপুরুষ সিংহ তো মরতেই জানে, শুধু আমরা যে মরতেও চাই। হেই ডিহাই ডিহাই। মেয়েদের চোখ আজ চকচকে ধারালো, নেচে নেচে ঢেউ তোলা নাচের নেশায় দোলা। মিশকালো অঙ্গে কি চেকনাই, মৃত্যুর মৌতাতে বুঁদ হয়ে গেছি আজ। রমণীয় মরণেতে ভেদ নাই। হেই ডিহাই ডিহাই আমাদের গলায় কই সেই উত্তাম উল্লাস, ঘাসের ঘাগ্রায় দুরন্ত সমুদ্র দোলা কেমন করে থাকবে? আমাদের জীবনে নেই সমুদ্র নীল মৃত্যু আফ্রিকার, আছে শুধু স্তিমিত হয়ে নিভে যাওয়া ফ্যাকাশে রুগ্ন তাই সভ্যতা। সভ্যতাকে সুস্থ করো, করো সার্থক, আনো তীব্র তপ্ত ঝাঁঝালো মৃত্যুর স্বাদ। ভরাট করা সমুদ্র আর উচ্ছেদ করা অরণ্যের জগতে কি লাভ গড়ে কৃমিকীটের সভ্যতা? লালন করে স্তিমিত দীর্ঘ পরমায়ু কচ্ছপের মতো এমিবারও তো মৃত্যু নেই। মৃত্যু জীবনের শেষ সার আবিষ্কার, আর শিব নীলকণ্ঠ।
Thank you so much, Swapna, and thank you so much for being a part of the initiative today. And thank you very much. And thank you to all of you for being with us this today. And we look forward to seeing you for our future initiatives as well. We will keep you posted about what's happening in the coming days and weeks and months as well. We go all over the country hosting the HealthCare 360 Summit. And of course, we'll keep you posted about our next initiatives and upcoming initiatives. But until then, thank you all very much once again. Thank you. And thank you once again. And see you soon. Thank you and bye-bye.